Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into our midnight program, Healing After the Watchtower, with your favorite apostate, Apostasy, coming out of Southern California. So she's got a program lined up for tonight. She'll be burning the midnight oil. Let's bring Linda on right now. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Well, going good tonight. Boy, I'll tell you, Linda, I just can't believe the amount of people are coming through here. They're still on, a lot still on here with us tonight, but boy, I'll tell you what, this little network's really gaining a lot of momentum, lots of people coming in. I couldn't believe it again tonight. It's people coming in from all over the world, Linda, and listening to the programs in here, so that's good.
There's been some really interesting conversation today, too.
Oh, yeah.
Really nice to hear.
Well, a lot of new ones too. That's what I'm looking at here. When I see new ones calling in, well, we probably had 4 or 5 tonight call in that were brand new, and they're doing that every week. So that's showing you that people are leaving the Watchtower big time. So it's all working. You're doing a good job. You're helping people to exit the Kingdom Hall, and that's what we're looking for, Linda. So good job.
Thank you.
So
I'm really enjoying this.
I know you are. So I'm going to bow out here. I'm here if you need me, and you just take the program away.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And whoever's here, I'm glad you're here. I'm going to spare you on the brainwashing this week. As you know, if I just keep repeating it, I'm going to convince you. That's how it's going to work here. The brainwashing, that I'm your favorite apostate. So that's how I'm doing this. I'm wanting to talk a little bit about the organization, some of the things that irritated me and some of the things that we might miss about it. I know last week I talked about grieving and how it's good to grieve over a relationship, even if it was toxic, even if it was a good idea to leave it. And that can go for a toxic group that you're involved in, a toxic organization, and including the Watchtower. So most of us, have our very own reasons. But what I usually don't touch on doctrinal things as far as recognizing what a high controlled, high demand culture is. I usually talk about the techniques and tactics that are used, because most of the groups that are considered very dangerous, pretty much across the board, uses the same ones. So, and plus Saturday we don't touch much on spiritual or Bible stuff. If you want to bring it up a few minutes or so, I'm more than fine with that. But I don't like to take it on and on and on and on and on, because there are people that do come and listen to the show on Saturdays hoping not to hear biblical things, and they don't. It's too triggering for them. So I just wanted to say that. I think somebody earlier brought up the new personality. The new personality that the organization wants us to put on. Okay. This personality, if you have to put on a personality that's different than who you are, that means you don't get to come as you are to God. Okay? You have to get yourself in a position and to behave a certain way for God to be pleased with you, so you can finally come to him to have a relationship. I know I just told you I'm not going to talk biblical, and here I go. But where I'm going with this is I'm talking more about the new personality that the organization presents to us as a way of getting ourselves cleaned up. And even in the article, I can remember looking at it. One week, it showed a gentleman with a jacket on, and you could tell his jacket had dirt on it. Okay. And then, so that's his old personality, right? And then the next week, they had a whole study on the new personality, and his suit jacket looked great. And you could tell from the week before, they had darkened colors. It looked very gloom and doom. And then the study the next week, when he put on the new personality, it looked like spring. It looked like a lot of greenery and looked bright and airy and, full of light. So even in the pictures, it gives you a mood. It gives you an emotion. And groups like to affect you through emotions, and it really helps you be more convinced of whatever the next thing is that they're going to suggest. So it's part of them leading you in the mindset that they want you to have. And last week I also talked about when you have a free Bible study, soon after you start, and I believe it's within the first 6 weeks, there seems to be a transition of you coming to depend on the organization and making the choice to rely more on the organization than yourself. But the way that they get you there is so manipulative. They say things such as, the heart is treacherous, who can trust it, and lean not on your own understanding, So all these things that tells you by yourself, with your own wisdom, your own reasoning skills, really can't do life as well as if you chose to follow God's directions. And then they combine it with this whole, you're supposed to find the religion that God is using. I believe that's a farce. I believe that people gather at churches because they want to gather with other Christians, and that people gather it to go bowling because people enjoy bowling. And myself, I love to do karaoke, so I would go someplace that does karaoke because I love singing. Okay, so I don't have to pick the right karaoke place. I can go to quite a few of them, and a lot of the same people are there that I'm familiar with. You can join a bowling team. Oh, this reminds me, I read earlier this week that the organization won a competition. Oh, I gotta find that later. They won a competition, and I was thinking, wait a minute, what do you mean a competition? They won like a bunch of money. Maybe I can find that in a little bit. So back to how one comes from the place of self-reliant to being reliant on God, which actually means be reliant on how this organization leads you, because you're convinced that your decisions aren't the wise way to go, but to go by way of how this organization tells you should go, because God's using this organization with this farce that you have to find the right organization, you have to find the right church that God's using. Scripture says where two or more are gathered, there he is in the midst. So first century Christians, it was the women. The women hosted in their homes. They ran the churches. They were home churches. And, they had a whole routine, and they kept doing it in different homes on different nights, which is basically what that going from house to house and door to door really is about, because they were kind of on the down low, and they were just meeting more in private after Jesus left. So it wasn't until they started making buildings and having church to where the men became the leaders. And yeah, you've seen how it's gone. So back to the place of where someone is actually, what it is gaslighting. You're gaslit to believe that you don't make your own best decisions, but the organization will. Okay. And that's that point of, again, it's gaslighting. Someone in your life could be gaslighting you, which would look like they kind of talk down to you and say certain things like something to dismiss what you just said, and to doubt yourself, and to dehumanize you, and to just dismiss what you have to say. So it influences you to doubt yourself. Like, maybe I'm not thinking this right. And if they do that to you enough, the more suggestions they make as being the wise choice to make, and the more putting you down, putting you down, putting you down, and they come up with the wise choices, the wise choices, the wise choices, the more you go along with these wise choices, the easier it is for you. And you feel less like you are lacking in your thinking abilities. And one of the biggest things that high control groups want you to not use is your intuition. Okay? Everyone has an intuition, and that's like your gut feelings. If you've heard of somebody say, I just knew in my gut was telling me. I just never have heard anybody say, I followed my gut and it went really bad. Okay. I've never heard nobody say this. It's really important to follow your intuition. And if you're someplace and it feels wrong, yes, you've been told this other stuff that makes everything right, but please don't ignore your intuition, because your intuition is telling you this is not a safe place, or this is not the place for you to go. Another thing is, if you're in a group where they have somebody in leadership claim to be God or claim to speak for God, that is cult 101. Get up and leave. Grab your keys, grab your purse, grab everything, your kids, run. Just leave. Because if you think about it, that's what the organization is saying, that they speak for God. They are God's mouthpiece. They are, how do they put it, of communication. Something of communication. I don't know why I'm not remembering it right now, but they basically are saying God gives the message to the governing body, and they get it from simply opening up their Bible and coming to conclusions of what the scriptures mean. That's how they claim God gives them this direction of spiritual food. And they pass it down to the writers, and then they write this wonderful stuff called spiritual food, and we read it and spiritually digest it. And it needs to be done on a constant basis. And that's what is called spiritual food. But what that literature does is it has you thinking in such a manner that within 6 months, maybe 9 months, maybe sooner, you might be directed to do something that before you would have never, ever found yourself doing. But since you've already given up trusting in your own reasoning skills because manipulation was used on you, and you're depending, and you become dependent and reliant on what the organization tells you as being the better choice, when it feels wrong for a reason. So I know the struggle goes on with Jehovah's Witnesses all the time. It's like, oh, I don't know, but that's what it says to do, and we need to follow what Jehovah says. So they are obedient and do it. And the more they do that, the more they choose to not listen to their gut, but listen to the organization because they truly believe Jehovah's giving them direction, the easier it becomes over time to ignore the intuition and to remind yourself, no, don't listen to that. Be obedient to the organization because that's what God's using. And in the realm of being obedient, we've got this personality that we put on. In my opinion, this personality is like a one size fits all. I think there's certain personality types that function very well in situations that are organized like this organization is, and other people that do not. But they have to deny everything that they are and try to fit into this new personality suit kind of thing that really doesn't fit them. It's too tight. It's cumbersome. It's really uncomfortable. But you're told that's what you need to put on for God to approve of you. Okay? This is a farce. This is a farce. What they're doing is getting you to behave in such a way that makes the organization run smoothly. And another thing is, when Rutherford named this organization Jehovah's Witnesses, he did it in the context of being like a witness that would show up in court to confirm somebody's good name. Okay? So that's what we as members were taught to do, to make sure Jehovah kept his name clean. We were responsible for keeping Jehovah's name clean. This is an unfair burden that you should not have to carry, nor should I. How about Jehovah be responsible for keeping his reputation clean? I be responsible for keeping my reputation clean, and you be responsible for keeping your reputation clean. Isn't that a good idea? I mean, it's a misplaced burden that got put on one when they became a Jehovah's Witness. So they're in this position where they have to make sure that Jehovah has a good name, and it almost positionally like showing up into court to confirm that so and so is a trustworthy person, meaning Jehovah's a trustworthy God, and that's how that Jehovah's Witness came to be. When you're on a team and you all wear the same jersey or some kind of uniform, yes, you're representing a team. And as a group, you would act in a certain manner that's be on your good behavior. If you're on a sports team or whatever else, when you're in that setting and you're playing that game, it's really good to be the team that you've been encouraged to be. And you probably have heard this too. Sometimes when people work at a job and they get a uniform and it says where they work, people are informed that they're not supposed to wear this uniform out and about when they leave their job. So they're not supposed to go out to the bar after work and, because they're representing the company, right? So do you see where I'm going with this? This is all to be your unique self isn't by putting on a personality that isn't truly yours. That's it's going to make you very depressed when you can't be who you are, but you have to change everything that you are to be approved of by your parents or your God. This causes depression. This is very toxic for the mind. It makes you self-reflect and think all the time about how I'm missing the mark here, I'm missing the mark there. I'm not going to have Jehovah's approval. And on the back of your mind that you will not survive unless you get Jehovah's approval. What the Watchtower is a doomsday cult. And what I mean by this is when a group of people do things, taking part in activities that brings about Armageddon or whatever their version of doomsday is, they're helping to bring it about. So Matthew 24:14, this good news of the kingdom will be preached in all the inhabited earth, and then the end will come. We've been taught that this is really a wonderful thing because that going out in service helps bring the kingdom, and we are actually taking part in bringing the kingdom about. And we're told it's mandatory, right? So that goes into a whole bunch of works that you have to do for God's approval. If you have to do works to get God's approval, why why was the sacrifice even, why did it even happen, you know? um, so if you, let me put it this way, if somebody came to you and gave you a gift and you turned it down and said, oh, no, 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 I want to earn the money myself so I can go buy myself one, and turn down the gift that somebody has picked out for you, thought that you would like, and was really looking forward to enjoying you enjoy the gift. But because you've turned it down, they, what do you think they're going to be thinking? Um, it's a very bad. If you don't care for a gift, you receive it and then you repackage it and give it to somebody else later. Okay, there's nothing wrong with not caring for a gift, but my whole point in this is that if you're going to do it by works, getting God's approval, then the gift really doesn't amount to anything, does it? And that's what God set up, was that whole sacrifice of Jesus, so that salvation could happen, however way that looks for you. So I also wanted to go in tonight. Last week I talked about grieving, and I wanted to know if there's things that you miss that you kind of think fondly of, and you actually get a bit nostalgic when you think of certain things that are from your history of being within this organization, because what we had was community. This is what all of us need, is community. And that's really, if we don't get community, it's really bad for our health. It's bad for our psyche. And that's why when someone is disfellowshipped, or someone gets disassociates themselves and they get shunned, why it's so damaging, because everybody from their support system is no longer speaking to them and treating them as though they're dead. So that's very damaging to the psyche. But I can remember times at assemblies where I grew up in Los Angeles, so I got to go to Dodger Stadium for the assemblies, and oh my gosh, it would get very hot, and I don't do well in the heat. But my father, because he was a mechanic, would go to the 76 station, which is in the parking lot outside of Dodger Stadium. And when I would get to go with him, there would be some shade there. So I remember, these trucks would be there and I could be sitting in the shade rather than in the Dodger Stadium area and under the sun. I remember lunchtime having the barbecue sandwiches. It was a really good barbecue flavor. And I just remember really enjoying that to eat. And it seems like the soda was always a Shasta. Just I remember Shasta sodas. It could be orange or lemon or some kind of version of Dr. Pepper or some kind of version of Coke or Cola, grape, sometimes pineapple, and I think even like a cream soda, root beer. So I think they would have, a lot of Shasta, but there must have been a lot of coordinating that had to happen for us to be able to eat, and the food would be prepared there. So I know they don't do that anymore, but when I was a kid, they did. And when I was a kid, my father got baptized in 1975, just in time, okay? And we all was looking forward to 1975. I was 11, and I remember it as clear as day, because I had just spent since 1969 every single meeting talking about Armageddon is expecting to happen. when 1975 happens, because it's the end of 6,000 years, and because it would be an appropriate time for Jehovah to take a Sabbath break. It took me a while to figure out he's going to be working kind of hard if he's bringing about Armageddon, isn't he? Or maybe that's just his son doing it. I don't know. I always try to make sense of things. So I enjoyed the barbecue sandwiches. I enjoyed being able to be at the gas station with my dad in the shade. Plus, I didn't have to wear a dress, okay? So I got to go there and wear my jeans. I just love that. And I liked the feel of being there at the gas station. They would put on radios that would tune into a certain radio station that you would hear the talk that was happening at Dodger Stadium over the radio, or there was these speakers that would be in the parking lot. They had these big, large speakers, or you could hear it from the speakers in the parking lot. So it was still like attending the assembly. You're still hearing what's going on. And then I think on the last night they would have a play with people doing the plays. And I remember I used to love watching somebody pick up a big old styrofoam rock and just walk with it like it's nothing, and then just lay it down where it needs to go. And I also remember that the way that the stadium on the ground where the people would speak at the platform, they had all these flowers set up, a whole bunch of flowers. And on the last day, some people would get to take those flower pots home. But I remember, I used to think it was so unique how they could just take this spot where people play baseball all the time and make it look really good. I thought it was quite resourceful. So yeah, so I would like to open up the phone lines. If you're on the phone now, you can push *6. Is there anything that you remember fondly from the time you were involved in the organization? Hi, who's this?
Hi.
Hitley? You are sounding like you're bubbly underwater, and I don't know why. It's so strange. I can't even make out what you're saying, hon.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Yes,
Are you
hi.
still there?
I do hear you. Yes, good. It's Hitley. Okay. Hey,
Sorry
girl.
about that. My phone is old, so I need to get a new cordless phone. But I am so glad you brought this up as a topic for your show tonight, because there were some things that I was speaking to my couple of siblings who are not in the organization anymore, and a couple of other relatives, and a couple of friends that were mainly all Pomo, and to them who are DF though. We were all talking about a while back the same thing. I think we talked about this like sometime last year, 2022. But anyways, it was really something that we said that we missed, and I missed not only the food, because at the assemblies and conventions that we had in New York City, they had not only had the hoagies, those frozen puddings. Oh my God, to die for. The cheese danishes. They also had at the circuit assemblies, they had hamburgers with this kind of chili sauce that
okay.
delicious large ones, and they served I think it was the creamsicle ice cream. They had like vanilla ice cream in a cup, in a styrofoam cup, and they poured in there any type of soda you wanted, and it was delicious. I mean, it was great. That's when, of course, the organization where I call GB, 1.0, which is under Sitlick, Schroeder, Swingle, Barr, all the rest of them. When they had, when the governing body was with that leadership of men, they made sure that, okay, if we're going to take in this spiritual food, let's make sure everybody got some physical food. So all you had to do was buy a ticket, and that was it. and that was great. And then when this group came in 2.0 with now defunct, Morris and so on, it's almost like they wanted the organization's members to go through hardship of making a BYOB or BYOG, as I call it, bring your own grub, and it could be that a family could have, like, let's just say 7 or 8 members, and the mother has to get up, especially if she has young kids, up in the crack of dawn to make all these meals, for how many days, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, crazy. It's almost like they wanted to see the membership go through hardship, and difficulties, and besides it being hot and in the summertime with the conventions and wearing, 3-piece suits, and for the brothers and the sisters wearing the long dresses with the stockings and the whole evil 9, uncomfortable, 9 and everything. And that's one of the things I missed was about, as far as the convention is concerned. The other thing I wanted to point out is the fact that, not that this couldn't happen outside of the organization, but going to meet people from different areas and from different countries, and that I really enjoyed too. I was able to, what I mean is that there were people, people from like Asia or other parts of Africa or Europe or, South America, or even Australia would come to to the meetings or the conventions, and, you get to know somebody and you become pen pals, and that's why that it wouldn't have happened outside. It couldn't happen outside the organization because people do that now outside of Watchtower, but it was a nice opportunity to have that happen, so.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the orchestra. They would have like an orchestra that would play the Kingdom melodies when we would sing at the assemblies. And I remember
I enjoyed those too. I enjoyed those too.
Listening to them tune up.
And it gave the opportunity for the brothers and sisters who knew how to play a chance to play.
Yeah. Yeah, you brought up some good memories. That's very cool.
Yeah.
And it's good to, have a little bit of reminiscing. I forgot to bring you something.
Those are positive times. I could smile on it. I could really smile on that. But so many other things. Ugh. And there was another thing too. When I was younger, there used to be, and I said under again, GB 1.0, that a lot of the friends were able to get together and after the meetings or whenever time they wanted to have more than just a picnic, go and play ball or go and bowl and go and have so many other, play volleyball and everything. Well, 1.0, it was like just like JT and Lady C from the JW Critical Thinkers. They pointed out in one video a while back that when they were trying to get some young people together to go bowling, CO came up to JT and told them, well, the parents will have to take care of that. You can't, as an elder, take care of that. And he was like, what? And I was shocked too. And I said, yeah, but then that had happened, because it's like all of a sudden when the leadership changed hands, everybody had to go and not hardly have that much fun. They had very little recreation. It wasn't normal anymore. Yeah, it wasn't normal anymore.
Yeah. I know. It seemed as though if a congregation was having too many get-togethers, somebody in leadership would have to calm that down because that was happening too much, which I noticed, but I never thought about it, And who knows why they did it? I can come up with all kinds of reasons, but
probably personal, because a lot of stuff is personal in this organization. It's nothing Bible based.
And like you've heard before, each congregation is different, and that really has to do with the tone that the elder body sets, you know, with different congregations. I don't miss wearing pantyhose. Oh dear God. Those are just cumbersome. Just cumbersome. And it,
Especially
like
the summer. Oh no, don't miss it. Don't miss it at all.
that was expected. You were not supposed to go bare-legged. Like you can't have your legs bare. You had to have pantyhose. Ugh. Okay, so I'm sorry. I went into a bad memory.
There's a lot in having a bare leg. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. You know? It's almost like, again, they wanted everyone to suffer. And suffer long. Like, they keep talking about long suffering. Yeah, we were suffering a long time, man, in that organization.
Maybe that's how they were teaching us to be long-suffering, huh?
Yep.
Maybe so.
Got it.
Yep.
Craziness. Insanity.
I mean, the British royals, they also have to wear pantyhose.
Oh, hi, Grace.
Hi, Miss Grace.
How are you doing?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking about Meghan Markle. Or she was criticized for not one time she didn't have pantyhose.
Oh, really? Okay. So
Yes.
it's considered to be proper. Ah, okay.
You have to have a
crazy.
special color on the nail polish. It's supposed to be white.
Oh, she was supposed to have white nail polish or a French manicure?
Yes, the queen also, she just wears white nail polish. I think it's called Essie or something. You're not allowed to. And also, I thought it was lipstick was also. You can't just do whatever you like. You have to be very. It's like to be a Jehovah's Witness. Like it's the same. There are rules how you dress and what you do and everything. Crazy.
So you couldn't wear red. You couldn't wear red nail polish or red lipstick.
I think yes, the nail polish. I'm sure it was supposed to be white, and the queen, she died now, but she always had white. And also the mouth. I think if I remember correctly, you're not supposed to have red.
Okay.
Something about that too from another witness that you can't. That the brothers will jump. Some brothers in some congregations jumped on some sisters for wearing red nail polish. That's crazy. But
There
yeah.
was a girl she was on YouTube. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'm just telling you like I remember it. She was a nice looking lady. She has the long hair and she was very good in talking English. She articulated and she was here. I think she was maybe XTV International or something, and she showed her Bible and it was filled with mold. She was living in some place where there were mold, and she told her father I think he wasn't in good standing because he had to build the Kingdom Hall all by himself, and they couldn't build it with him because he was not in good standing. He didn't use that word, but that was the concept of it. And he built this Kingdom Hall by himself, and then the witness came and teared it down and built up a new Kingdom Hall because.
I've heard this before. I have heard this before.
This girl, where is she? I think she vanished or someone was not nice to her. I think about her many times and I don't know if nobody knows about her now. Maybe you can hear about her and tell me some other time, Apostasy.
I'm looking up the nail polish of the Queen, and it's a very like a skin color polish. She always looked divine. She really did.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
I've got a few polishes that is just the skin color polish. I always like the look of a French manicure. And
Oh, yeah.
the French manicure is like your nail bed. The nail bed is the color of your flesh, and then the tip gets polished white. So I always like that look. It just looks really clean and pristine, and just it goes with any outfit you're going to wear. Yeah. I'm looking at this one picture of her, and it doesn't even look like she's got polish on. Looks like she's just wearing her natural nails in this one. But they keep showing this polish. It's like basically close to the color of her skin. And she has the red lipstick, though.
It's very subtle.
Mm-hmm. Yes. My grandmother was a hairdresser, and I was a hairdresser, and so I'm surprised I didn't realize this. Now, see, now they're showing a white nail polish as well.
Yeah, it's called SC, I think.
Let's see here. So this was Queen Elizabeth's favorite nail polish color. Yeah, Etsy. And so let's see here if I can show it to you. I don't know if you can see it. Mm-hmm. So there she is there, and the hand is there. I think that this phone is too bright. Yeah, I'm not showing the picture very well. But you're right, it's the Etsy. And it's very, like a very pale pink.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I thought it was white, but I mean, maybe it's pale pink.
Yeah, it's really pretty. But there's also some other people too that the white they're wearing the white too. Because I literally looked up what color nail polish did Queen Elizabeth wear. So you've seen her in the white, so I'm sure she had worn it in white as well. And then you were talking about what's his name's wife. She's wearing the same polish.
Yeah, Meghan Markle.
Mm-hmm. And so they just now showed a picture. I don't want to put my phone back into the screen because it's too bright. But yeah, she's wearing a polish that's lighter than her skin, and it does look white. It's a nice pale color, you know. That's a very nice, clean look to it, you know. But I can remember when it was a thing to buy your nail polish and your lipstick to match. Like, that was the thing to do. You had your nail polish and your lipstick to match. And a nice red was a common color to wear. It wasn't too... the warm, like there's a warm red and a cool red. The warm red was considered more wholesome, if that makes sense. But the blue undertone red, it stood out more. Definitely stood out more. That's fascinating. I'm glad you told me about that.
I mean, you have to wear a skirt also, even in the cold winter when it's way below the freezer in how cold it is. And then you have to wear the skirt in the Swedish winter, lots of snow and ice, and it's just crazy. It's like you have to be rich and you have to have a husband with a warm car that can go and fetch the car and warm it up and pick up the girl at the entrance. Otherwise, it's not possible. And I spoke to them about this. I even spoke to circuit overseer about this. And I complained, and he was just like, you know.
Yeah, I can understand.
And I mean, I told them it's not from the Bible. But then they said, well, you have meeting times also when you have to be at the meeting. So we have rules. I mean, that's not in the Bible. It's not a good comparison, I think. And I remember a paper from, I think it wasn't awake. I think it was the study Watchtower, and they were portraying an apostate, and she had denim trousers, loose denim trousers, and then she was picked that she was a bad person. It's just ridiculous. Like, really, women are put down, and we're supposed to be like a step for the wife, and all those crazy things.
Yeah. Unfortunately, most groups that are religious have a hierarchy, and we're informed where we are at on the hierarchy. And it's usually pretty down the totem pole, you know. And our purpose is to be submissive to our husband, to be supportive to our husband. So whatever it is he's about, we are to support him in it, you know. And I can just imagine what it's like for elders' wives, because the elders have to be on call 24/7. And when they are on call, the wives pick up the slack, you know, and get the kids to the meetings and all that stuff. So, or whatever needs to be done around the house. And that's a good way of her supporting him, right? So, yeah.
Hey, Linda?
Yes?
I'm so sorry to do this to you. I was just hoping, this is Eric, and I was trying to get a hold of Bob Roberts because he's trying to get a hold of me, and for some reason YouTube keeps taking away our email address. But if I could just plug my email, I'm so sorry to invade your show, but it's Eric, E-R-I-K, Hubler, C-U-B as in boy, L-E-R, 1981 at gmail.com.
Okay.
I'm just trying to keep a connection. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to invade your show.
Can you repeat it for me? Because I'm now at a place where I can give him a message. So can you repeat it for me?
Sure. It's Eric, E-R-I-K, Hubler, C-U-B as in boy, L-E-R, 1981 at gmail.com. Thank you, hon. I appreciate you. I don't mean to interrupt your show at all. Sorry.
No, I'm good with this. So let me spell it back to you. E-R-I-K C-U-B-L-E-R 1981 at gmail.com.
Yep. And anybody that wants to contact me can too. But we kept trying to get. I don't know what's up with YouTube. They keep deleting our emails, and I've before. But anyways, don't mean to interrupt your show. So sorry. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. I thought your show was really good tonight, by the way. It was flowing very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love your show because I'm a night owl, and it's great to hear you. Anyways, I digress.
That's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm waiting patiently for your wife to. I'm waiting to meet her when she's ready.
Yeah, she's an introvert, and we might be able to make it happen. She's very shy.
No problem. It needs to be her own timing. Yeah, and introverts are introverts for a reason. If you push them to be social, that's like really bad. So I don't want to do that.
My father was forced to be an extrovert when he's an introvert, and it didn't go very well. Thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. Matter of fact, when someone is an introvert and they socialize, it really takes an effort to socialize. But if they socialize too much, it puts them on overload, like their brain's on overload, and wears them out. It just literally wears them out. Now, if this person is more extroverted, more like, okay, so let me go back to introvert. An introvert gets fueled by being by themselves, or just with only a certain amount of people. That's their, their usual people. And they don't get really bored. I mean, they read, they do things. It's not like they're just sitting somewhere and not doing anything, but it fuels them, gives them energy when they have their times by themselves. Now, an extrovert, if they had to be stuck by themselves for too long, they're going batshit crazy, okay? They have to socialize, and that's what fuels them. And that's what gives them like a sense of energy and makes them feel good, And if they have to spend time alone too much, it really just drives them nuts. It's very hollow for them. They get very depressed, So there's this thing called Myers-Briggs, the personality test, and or maybe it was a different test, but I remember taking it, and I was right in the middle. I was just as much of an introvert as I was an extrovert. But today, I'm definitely more of an introvert than I am an extrovert. And I never thought that would happen, but I am. But I don't get bored. Like, I can always come up with something to do, and I like being by myself. Which I never thought I would be like this, but I just am. Yeah. Yes.
I just want to let you know that you, like, as far as from my perspective, you nailed it on the head. Like, yeah, like I agree with everything that you said. Everything. I'm an extrovert, and being disfellowshipped is very hard. Being in solitude. I don't have anybody in my life other than my wife, and she's an introvert. And it's easier on her, but it's not easy for an introvert either to go through this, and that. I really respect how much knowledge you have of Myers-Briggs. I'm in the ESTP, which means I'm Donald Trump's personality type. Please don't hold that against me.
When is your birthday?
10/17/81.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump's birthday is June 14th, I think.
But he's an ESTP from Myers-Briggs, and that's how I have the connection with him. That's
Can you describe what those
the brain functions? He's an extroverted sensor, just like I am, and we like I have a very intense reaction with my senses. My senses are very heightened, and I'm a straight shooter, and I tend to be blunt, just like him. I'm not saying I'm like Donald Trump. I'm just saying to give people an idea of my personality type, because he is an ESTP. There are Paulie Walnuts from Sopranos. He's an ESTP. I know that's a fictional character. But I dug deep into the Myers-Briggs and learned about INFJ. That's who my wife is. And she's 1% of the population, and a very special, intuitive person,
Speaking of intuitive,
my life through my senses. Go ahead.
Wow. Speaking of intuitive, I was in a class one day, and the class. This is when I was at a junior college, and the instructor was saying, "Now go to page 3 and answer number 17. And he was just very precise and very like, I started having a panic attack. I'm stepping outside. I can't hang with this, okay? I didn't know why. And the teacher comes out and talks to me, and he was one of those really, studious, dots every I, crosses every T, pretty cool guy. And then I'm like, I'm having a panic attack and I don't know why. He goes, that's because you're an intuitive thinker. And I was so impressed that he knew this, that he knew that that's why I was having this experience, because that was a very uncomfortable thing for me. I'm more creative and not systematic. God, if I had to have a desk job I was a hairdresser, so I could be an artist in my day job. That was very cool. So personality-wise, Trump, if you ever notice, when he speaks to an audience, he feeds off of it. The audience loves him, and he loves the audience. And he'll point out different people. He'll say, so-and-so's really a handsome guy. I know this guy. He's a good guy. He thrives when he is on stage and he is speaking up. And I love his little dance. It's his little da-da-da-da. I don't care for the man, but these are some kind of cool characteristics of him. And I'm going to say what they are, But to be honest, I'm not one of those people that hates him. He scares the hell out of me. That's the way I feel about Trump.
I only brought him up just because, I share, love him or hate him, I share his brain functions, how they operate in the first four orders, and that's what Myers-Briggs does. It helps you to see how your brain functions with the first four major functions. Mine is extroverted sensing, introverted thinking. Then I have extroverted. I can't remember what that is. I have to break it down, but it narrows down. If you can learn yourself, it'll narrow down who you are and how you function. It doesn't mean who you are as a person. It just means how your brain functions. And I've learned that, and I've learned to call it out on other people. I've learned my mother's personality type. I've learned my wife's personality type because she taught me. But she is an INFJ who is a very they're 1% of the population of the earth. It's not a great example. Just like I said, I was like Donald Trump. Hitler was an INFJ. Jesus was an INFJ, supposedly.
Okay. Wow. Interesting.
These people use intuition on their first function, introverted intuition, and it guides them in a very spiritual way and a very logical way.
That almost makes me think of people that are autistic. Not artistic, but yeah, they can be artistic too. But
autistic because of their intelligence that they have, even with their deficiency.
There's some areas that are just they might not blend in with society at large socially, but in other areas they just thrive, and I think they really tap into their intuition. And when they get in the mode of doing something, they're just all about it,
Yeah, I agree with you. I was in a group home, my wife and I, when we were in really bad shape from Watchtower, and there was an autistic man there, or kid, and he knew all about the Illuminati. He knew about even Jehovah's Witnesses and a lot of things, and I was completely impressed with the level of intelligence that this young man had.
Yeah. That's impressive. That is very impressive. Pete, the guy that comes and joins me on my show, he has Asperger's, so which is a form of autism, but it's like the brilliant off the charts kind of autism. That's all I know how to call it. And he'll explain it. He's like, I'll try to grab something as all these thoughts are going around and around and around. I'll try to grab something to talk about it. But when he starts talking about stuff, the man knows what he's talking about. because he's looked it up and he's, he knows what he's talking about. I'm always just, I grew up with someone who had Asperger's, but we didn't know what it was called then. We just knew the kid was brilliant because he got to sit in the front seat and open up this big old huge map, the kind that folds. He got to sit in the front seat and tell his mom which way to turn next and then next again, like at 4 or 5. Okay. He now works at a big old cool desk at Edison. So yay for him,
Yeah, I feel
Linda, you were saying something about like if you have been brainwashed in the Jehovah's Witness, and then if you go from there and then you have more private time and you enjoy it, or I don't know if you could tell us something more about this. Is it related to PTSD? Is it like you go and have solitude afterwards, or how does it work?
Well, what Eric and I was just talking about are these tests that we can take, and they're personality tests. So once the test gets done, it helps us understand why we behave the way we do. And they are natural things that are part of our personality. And what comes with that usually is like a list of occupations or careers that would be good with this certain type of personality. So you could look at this list and think, I think I might want to try to choose this career or that career. I remember one of the things that came up for me was a pet cemetery. And I thought to myself, I would rock that thing. I would rock a pet cemetery. Like that would just come so I'd be giving little animal funerals and everything. I could totally see myself doing this. And being a therapist and a hairdresser, and so that's what Eric and I was talking about. And then you're talking about leaving the cult, and is it good to take some time by yourself? I do think so, because if you can reflect.
Before you talked about this, then you talked about that after you left Jehovah's Witness, you started to be more alone and enjoying it.
Well, I left 40 years ago, so it's just like within the last 10 years, I became more introverted, and before that, I did more socializing, and than I do now. But I do have to, even then, when I did more socializing than I do now, I still had to have my alone time. Otherwise, I would go on overload and turn very, very bitchy, like have a meltdown, like I'm fussy tired and really need a nap. Like that. Okay. But you were talking about PTSD, and this is something that is actually very common for people that leave a high control group. There's also another term called complex PTSD. Trying to move this computer thing here. So,
say it again. What do you say?
Complex PTSD.
Okay.
So PTSD, from what I recall, is like something that someone would have from like an event, and complex PTSD is something you would have because the event would be traumatizing. Okay, and so complex PTSD would be something that you have because you were dealing with trauma over and over and over and over again, many, many times. And I think that because of the fear indoctrination, that it's easy for us to look back at that and think that we may have been traumatized at those times. All of the Armageddon pictures, anytime a kid got taken back to the bathroom to get spanked, just knowing to me, growing up in this organization was like living in tactical alert on a daily basis, waiting for shit to hit. Like either my mom was going to start or Armageddon was going to hit. I could not just relax. You know what I'm saying? I was just so used to being traumatized so much on a regular basis. So, yeah.
Yes, I understand you. I feel for you. This is very difficult, but I mean, I'm just thinking it's very stressful to be a Jehovah's Witness. I'm just thinking on some level, perhaps everybody has a little string of PTSD, even if it's not full-fledged for everybody from being Jehovah's. I don't know.
Yeah, I would think it would come in very like different levels. Absolutely. I would think so. It's interesting what trauma does. It keeps you in fear, but this other thing that happens, which is called trauma bonding, is it keeps you connected to the one that's traumatizing you. And that's almost Stockholm syndrome, if you're familiar with what that is, where a victim actually has empathy for their perpetrator who abuses them. This was discovered in a place called Stockholm, and there was a bank robbery, and the bank robbers held hostages for quite a while, and I don't remember the amount of time. But after negotiations happened and the hostages were let out, they were very concerned about the perpetrators, about the bank robbers. Like they wanted to know how they're doing. Like they literally, truly cared about them. Okay. And people were just like, So they had to study this, like psychology or psychiatry had to study this to figure out why. Excuse me. In a few minutes, I think I need to grab my coffee and bring it over here. But different things will happen. And this also happens in abusive relationships. And it's hard to, when it's hard for the abused spouse to leave the abuser, it could be, part of it could be this bond that they have with the one that's been abusing them. It's trauma bonding. Let me look it up and make sure. Trauma bonding.
According to Mind Body Green, Travers says if you're immediately coming to their defense and justifying their actions toward you, even when they're clearly in the wrong, that's a key sign you're in a trauma bond. In a healthy relationship, you should both step up and take accountability when you can do better.
That's interesting. What does it mean to be trauma bonded?
Who is?
I'm sorry, what?
No, I didn't say anything. I'm quiet.
Oh, okay. So what does it mean to be trauma bonded to someone? Summary. Trauma bonding occurs when a person experiencing abuse develops an unhealthy attachment to their abuser. Dun, dun, dun. They may rationalize or defend the abusive actions, feel a sense of loyalty, isolate from others, and hope that the abuser's behavior will change. Does this not sound familiar? This sounds very similar to what it's like being in a cult, things will happen, and how many times have we heard a story where I called my mom and I told them this, and it should be shocking, but they'll listen to the mother rationalize why it happened back to them, and it's just like make no sense rationalizing, right? The light's getting brighter and brighter kind of stuff. And then they'll defend the governing body, right? And their actions, and try to rationalize it. even when somebody may have gone through a judicial committee, and they told you about it and it was very abusive, and you're like, that was abusive. They try to rationalize it because they feel a sense of loyalty. Okay? And it also said that they isolate from others, which is really fascinating to me, and hope that the abuser's behavior will change. Huh? But they're still staying there, you know? And I've been there. I've been there in it. What are signs of trauma bonding? Signs and symptoms of trauma bonding. An abusive victim covers up or makes excuses to others for an abuser's behavior. And an abuse victim lies to friends or family about the abuse. A victim doesn't feel comfortable with or able to leave the abusive situation. An abuse victim thinks the abuse is their fault. Isn't that fascinating? Yeah. So I haven't seen anything that's saying what I said a minute ago about, well, maybe this did confirm it. They bond with their abuser is what I was saying. Yeah.
But about the isolation, also isolate from others. There you have it. It's the same.
Very much the same. And, you know, I think when people first start to get involved with the organization and they've gone through the love bombing, they're doing their Bible studies, and then they get invited to the meeting, and then next thing you know, Christmas is coming up or one of the holidays, and then they choose to spend time with their new friend from the Kingdom Hall rather than their family because they just found out the pagan roots that are involved in these holidays, right? So they tell their family how they're not going to go and celebrate with them. And people in their family are like, who are you? And what did you do with my child, you know, or my sister or whatever? And okay, what I didn't mention is usually after the first Bible study, first, second, or third, the witness will tell the new recruit or new possible recruit that the devil's going to use your friends and family to give you trouble, but that's just the devil trying to make it to where you won't learn the truth. So as soon as they turn down their family for not showing up for Christmas, their family is going to be understandably pissed, not understand, and just be like, what's wrong with you, you know? So that's why did I bring that up? Because that helps with the isolation. So that's how members end up not spending as much time with their family and friends as they used to, because all of the holidays are gone. And those used to be times that were set aside for friends and family. But once you get rid of holidays, you get rid of like at least half of the time you've spent with family and friends, at least half of it, right? Sure, you can spend another time getting together and maybe even giving gifts, but it's not the same as a holiday when most people have that time off and more people in the family can get together, you know? Rutherford got rid of a lot of the holidays, starting with Mother's Day. He didn't even have music playing at the Kingdom Hall. That guy was like, humbug. He was like the Scrooge or something. He called Kingdom Halls companies. Yeah, he was something else.
But you were supposed to get coffee. Somebody else. Who is taking over when you get coffee? Is it Gilbert or?
Well, I need somebody to talk while I go get the coffee, just so I don't leave the audience too long. I think I poured it all out. I'll be right back.
Mm. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, just providing some on hold music. How are you, Grace?
I'm okay, I guess. How are you?
About the same, I think.
There were many topics in the red pill this evening, and I thought about some things. But I didn't get the chance to talk because everybody was talking. And here's what I thought also, that Pixie said that if she played the devil's advocate, then we hope there is a redeemer. And no, we're not supposed to talk about Bible subjects, but they also said in the AA movement, then people confess their sins and they pray and then they are healed. But I think both in the Jehovah's Witness and the free churches I have been in, I mean, perhaps if you go to a meeting where someone has been an alcoholic in the church, then they could confess some sins. But otherwise, regular people, they never confess any sins, and they are just like acting to be Stepford wives, and they are holy moly, and it's just, and you're not supposed to even say that you have any doubts, because then you're a bad person. And what I was thinking about this, I forgot now, was something. Oh. Well, I lost myself though.
I agree. Eric's show was really good today. But I also couldn't call in as well because I was serving customers.
Grace was talking about a redeemer. The redeemer. Remember, Grace?
Yes?
You were talking about the redeemer in the show, the last show, when Pixie was talking about the redeemer.
Mm.
You don't remember that?
Yes, I took notes, and then you said something about I forgot what it was now. I took notes of everything. Yes, she had. It's a hope. We don't know 100% sure. She means it's a hope that we have a redeemer.
Well, because what happened is I told her that joke that Bob Hope had said, that the good news is that Jesus is returning. The bad news is that he's really pissed off, and everybody was laughing because it's true. Because the way the world is going right now, it makes sense that, you know what, we really want to hope that there's a redeemer, like an adult that comes into the world and says, you know what, like Bill Cosby said, everybody out of the pool, where God says, you know, I let you guys play in the pool, and then you guys go and create a mess, and then the lifeguard kicks everybody out of the pool because everyone is acting like a kid. So that's what we're talking about, how all of the news right now, it's like human beings we're messing everything up. And so that was her comment, like about the Redeemer, like somebody needs to come to planet Earth and say, all right, guys, you know, everyone on detention, everybody has on timeout, because the world has gone crazy.
Yes?
Yeah.
But there were also somebody who said, if you have anger and hate, then you're blind, and then you maybe can't see Jesus. But I'm saying also that an intelligent person, they question everything, and a stupid person, they don't question anything. They have to go where the flock leader leads them. So It's not either or, it can be both. It can be some anger, some hate, and some are just stupid. So they don't question anything. But if you're in the church and then you're saying, oh, I have some doubts, I don't know if I can be 100% sure Jesus is coming, then you're considered to be bad association. And it's not just in Jehovah's Witness, it can be anywhere. Those are the kind of words that you are not supposed, it's just taboo. You can't say that in a free church. Then you're a bad person.
Correct. Now this thing about anger and hate, it has to do when it blinds. It doesn't have to be religious. It doesn't have to be a religious. Just anybody who has experienced life knows that when a person is angry, he makes bad decisions. When a person is hateful, he can't see, the big picture. And we're not. It could be religious. It could not be religious. But this is why we weren't taught that as Jehovah's Witnesses, because you see, the Jehovah's Witnesses wanted us to hate Christmas. They wanted us to hate Thanksgiving and New Year's, because they fed us a steady diet of anger and hate, and we didn't know it. We did not know as Jehovah's Witnesses that the spiritual food was tainted. It was anger and hate towards the world. We hated Catholics. We hated Protestants. We hated the flag, the anthems. We hated everything. We didn't know why we were angry. They kept fomenting it. That's why we were blind, and we didn't understand what the apostates were saying. But the moment you start saying, I don't want to be angry no more, I'm tired of hating people, then little by little you start healing. And you think, you know what, I have no reason to hate somebody. It's real simple. We make it very complicated when it's really not that complicated. And what was it that Linda asked earlier today? That, is there anything good that we learned?
That you remember? Yeah. Do you have some fond memories?
Well, I remember going to an elder school, the school for elders, and they taught me something I never forgot, and I always kept with me. And it was, when you're doing a judicial case, you have to remember something. Either the person was weak or the person was evil. Unfortunately, a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses elders never graduated from this, because they're disfellowshipping 16-year-old kids who are making out in the back seat of a Chevrolet. That's not evil. What evil is a governing body stealing your kingdom home. But the point is, I learned that it served me well, because when I look at a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses on YouTube, I saw a lot of weakness, like in Star Wars, where, remember, they were weak-minded, and Obi-Wan Kenobi would tell the guard, no, you will let me through. And the guard's like, okay, I'll let you through, because they were weak-minded. And the Jedi was very strong in his mind. So what I learned, when I left the Jehovah's Witnesses, I learned that all of these things that I was seeing on YouTube, they were just very weak people, and they fell for different things. But Jesus didn't try to kill that woman who committed adultery. He tried to elevate her. But the people that wanted to kill her were guilty of the same sin that she had done. They were evil.
Yes.
So one thing I've always learned is that are we trying to uplift each other? And I've noticed that, we all get hit. Everyone is, all of us apostates. We always get attacked. But the one thing I've noticed about the apostates is that they try to elevate the human being. Some do it a little bit better than others, but we always try to elevate, make everybody better. And then the sins and our errors don't seem so bad, because we're trying, to reach higher. Whereas the wicked person, the evil people, like Watchtower, they're over here disfellowshipping 16-year-old boys and girls, like I said.
Yep.
They're not looking at the things that they're doing.
This
and
is true.
I realize, oh my God, I have no reason to be fighting with all of these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses or other people from other religions because we're all weak.
Yes.
We're not evil.
Yeah. There's been some really intense comments under some of the videos where some ex-JWs have talked about the thing that happened in Germany and very upset Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's taken a lot for me to just walk on by and not reply, because I told myself, this is a time to not have to be right. It's just, if they're angry, whatever. But if I would have, and some people do answer them back, and that's, they're doing what comes natural to them or whatever. But I knew if I got in it, I would just be arguing for what, just defending myself that I'm not whatever that person said our intentions are.
Correct. Now I noticed, like with the apostates, you're right, because we know that, hey, we're weak. We all say things. We all make mistakes, or we just don't see eye to eye. That's fine. But when a governing body goes up there, and he's deliberately manipulating the words, manipulating scriptures. He's doing it on purpose.
Yes.
That's different, because we're like, no, you're evil. It's not the fact that we disagree. We know your game. We know your. And so my whole point is that Jesus Jesus turned fishermen into great men because he was elevating them. He wasn't looking at their sins. He wasn't focusing on that. He knew they were weak. He knew Peter was weak, but he knew he wasn't evil, and that's the point. And the religious leaders, they were evil. They couldn't be helped. They couldn't be part of them.
They were real legalistic and, all about the works, and it has to look a certain way. And that's the thing about the Watchtower, how they present themselves, a very narcissistic trait.
Yeah. I was really appreciative, because that's always been with me for the longest time. I was an elder at 24. They named me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But
did you enjoy it? What was that like for you?
It was awesome, because I was in an isolated. I was it was in a Spanish congregation, so we were growing, and so they kind of like left you alone because you're growing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all gone full circle now. The Spanish congregation is just as whack as the English.
Okay.
So I was allowed a lot of liberty, and I always tell people, if I was giving the speeches in English instead of Spanish, I would have been disfellowshipped. Remember that video? Was it you or the last video? They said that one brother that gave a talk for 20 minutes. He wasn't even he was a fader, but they invited him to the speech. He went to the Kingdom Hall, and eventually the brothers said, "No, get off the stage." I would talk like that guy, and I was an elder. I was a ministerial servant, but because the congregations were so small and growing, like nobody paid attention. It wasn't a big deal. The numbers were there.
Mm-hmm.
And so people always, they knew I was different because they could tell by the way I talked.
Absolutely, yeah.
And, I would get that a lot. But everything caught up, and eventually I stepped down, and eventually I faded out. But it's just. So I really liked it. I really enjoyed being an elder, because I learned a lot of things. I really did. And I love being ostracized by by the Jehovah's Witnesses, because I also learned a lot of things.
Oh wow! Okay.
I consider it all a joy. I'm grateful for everything.
I would assume that it would, feel good to, especially somebody with a personality like yours, I would think that it would feel good to have this honor to get to share scripture with this congregation and be able to give it with your flavor. And you do this thing where you bring up a story and then you tie it in, and then you bring up another story and you tie it in, and you've always done that. And I picture you doing that even during talks, so it helps somebody. Well, it's kind of like little parables, right? Or this is think of it like this, and it helps just somebody think of the thought, and then you bring it back in, making it so relatable, And I picture you coming up with solutions, even if you're not able to take care of it, that you would suggest. Like you wouldn't just leave without whoever needed some help to get the help.
Correct. I'll tell you one thing. One time, I gave a speech, a public talk, and I got the outline, and I just wrote down all of the Bible texts that they had, and I threw away the outline, the Watchtower outline, and it was on creation. And I built my speech with my own words, but I used Watchtower's Bible text as the guide. And I'm dying if I'm lying, Linda. 20 years later, no, but 15 years later, I would be in Yuma, and I would run into Jehovah's Witnesses that were in my congregation, and they still remember the illustrations that I gave.
Yeah.
They still remember the things that I said. They would I remember that talk, you said this, and you said this. And just real quick, when I started the speech, I turned off all the lights in Kingdom Hall. It was pitch black, and then I turned it on. And then 8 minutes later, I did the same thing, and I explained that's how long it takes for the light to leave the sun to reach the earth. So people had a visual.
Yes.
So I talked about so many different things, and so I know it was a real shocker when I became an apostate in my hometown, and I got a phone call when I was in San Diego when I was flying the convention, and Mike Carrillo, he goes, Gilbert, he goes, is that you in San Diego flying a plane? I go, how do you know? He goes, my sister's in the audience, and he goes, I never thought you would be an apostate. I go, why? He goes, because you were the most zealous Jehovah's Witness I've ever met. I go, well, then now you know why I'm an apostate. I'm the real deal. And he goes, oh my God, you're right. And so I've always felt like I was born for this. You ever feel like you're born for something, or people talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're zealous when you do your videos. You are a zealous person. Like you intentionally want to have your audience or whoever you're talking to actually get what you're talking about, and you won't stop until they, you know what I'm saying? If they need more info, you're fine with that because you want them to get it, And I think it's a gift.
Yeah, but I don't want to own anybody no more. So, Yeah.
I have a question. I've heard that when elders or ministerial servants go and do their training or something to that effect, that they're told that they're going to hold higher positions in the afterlife, like in paradise or heaven or something.
Yeah, princesses. The Bible talks about princesses. Yeah, there's a lot of them who believe that they're going to be princesses in the new system in Paradise Earth.
Wow. Okay.
So prince.
A lot
believe that.
Now, could that be? That's so fascinating. Now that you're saying this, because now I'm connecting Jeffrey Jackson at the Australian Commission talk about Jesus as though he's his brother, and Jesus would be the prince of that king, right? Jehovah. So if elders and ministerial servants consider themselves as a prince, would that kind of put you on the level of Jesus being your brother?
I don't know about that. That's Anthony Morris when he called Jesus Big Brother, but I do know for a fact, and I've heard it from elders and circuit overseers' mouths, they have this illusion that they're going to be called princes they get some obscure Bible text that talks about princesses, and they view themselves as princesses in the new system.
Yeah.
Jeff Rosales in Yuma, he works in the RBC Regional Building Committee. He told me that Jehovah's using the Regional Building Committee so that way in Armageddon everybody will be ready for the cleanup. I mean, this is what people believe. They believe this stuff, And
That makes actually perfect sense. It just does. It just does. Got your hard hats. You're ready to scoop up some bones.
There's this guy named I forget his name to my Miguel. He's an apostolic in Yuma, and he's
Okay.
like an apostate, but for the Church of the Apostolics.
Okay.
And I went to go see him in his little store, and I told him about the Jehovah's Witness thing, and he goes, Gilbert, can I tell you a secret? I go, yeah. He goes, I never ever heard a Jehovah's Witness speak the way you speak, and I never had the heart to tell you that you weren't going to last in this religion. And I was like, why didn't you tell me, man? But he told me, he goes, Gilbert, I talked to him because he's an apostolic preacher, and he became an apostate in his own church too. And he told me, he goes, you never sounded like a Jehovah's Witness, but he didn't have the heart to tell me. So.
Yeah, and sometimes you see somebody heading towards something that is not going to work, but if you interrupt it, you're actually getting in the way of the journey that they're supposed to be on and experience what they're supposed to experience to gain the wisdom that they're supposed to have. If it's not like they're running into the street and going to get hit by a car, they're going to do what they need to do as part of their journey.
I will tell you this story. It's honest to God, it's a true story. It was like 1990, and I was in a Coco's restaurant, and I went to this restaurant because I had met the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life, and she invited me to an Amway meeting. But then I found out that she was married at the meeting. But oh my God, she was beautiful, and I just wanted to look at her, And so I go through the whole thing, and then after the meeting, she comes up to me. She wants to know what I think about Amway. And I told her, I go, you know what? I already have a religion. You guys have weekly meetings, and I have weekly meetings. You have literature. We have literature. You got conventions. And so I understood that the Amway was identical to the Jehovah's Witness, but I never made the leap that the Jehovah's Witnesses were just like Amway.
It's very common for people that are in high control groups to get involved with Amway, Mary Kay, Tupperware, any kind of a pyramid schemes where it seems like it's presented like, if you just work hard enough, you're going to make buco bucks.
Yeah.
But the way it is set up is that only the higher up is really going to benefit, more so than the rest that are down at the bottom of the pyramid.
And maybe I didn't make that connection because I was so infatuated with this girl, but I said it, so I knew the connection. I just it rang in my head, and the light bulb didn't turn on. Like, Gilbert, well then, Watchtower is just like you guys, like Amway. I didn't go that far,
Yeah, it's actually very similar.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I was almost there. I was at the cusp, but I didn't do it.
Wow. So you got love bombed by a really pretty girl. Got you to the Amway meeting. That was pretty good.
Oh, God. And I think I tell people all the time, like what Jehovah's Witnesses, the people that have family, and I tell them, I go, it's kind of like cooking bread. Some need to go in the oven just a little bit longer and get toasted. And maybe that's how it is, that we all have to go through this oven called life. Some of our Jehovah's Witness family have to get burned a little bit before they can get out of the oven. And maybe that explains, why some get out fast and some have to stay longer.
that's kind of a good way to think of it. And also too, because we want to do something to help our loved ones get out. We really want to take part in that. But if we rest assured that they will get out when they're ready and have a reason, and it might be somebody else that turns them onto something that makes them turn their head to investigate this religion, so it might not be any of us, even though our hearts want to be that one. If it's meant to happen, it's going to, if that makes sense.
It does, and also, Jesus says that they belong to him. They can't be snatched from his hand. So that brings me comfort. I don't worry about my sister. But also, and you can't worry about it. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And then I think Jesus also talked about there was going to be workers at the 11th hour. So if somebody's watching and they're a Christian, goes, we're living in the end times. Okay, that means at 11:30 at night or 11:45, a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and Catholics or whatever, they're going to wake up. So I'm not worried about it. What I'm trying to say is that whether you're looking at it from a religious or a non-religious point of view, it doesn't matter. You can't control. You can't have control over it. All you can do is just drop seeds and just lay things out. But, like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yes. Until they're ready, or they have to have a reason to want to, and we might be the ones that make them really not want to, because gosh, it'd be a bad example, right? Because they did it. You're right, And
it's also right, like what you said, because like if I would have gotten out earlier, I think things would have been okay. But like Moses would not have been Moses if he hadn't been 40 years in the desert. So maybe, I don't know how the universe works, but maybe we all have to go through what we have to go through to learn the lesson. Because the best thing that ever happened to me was falling in love with a non-Jehovah's Witness and losing her, and then telling God that I don't want to live forever on planet Earth if these are the rules of engagement. Even though the relationship went south, I don't want to live in a world where not even my ex-girlfriend or enemies or ex-wife or whatever, I don't want to live in that world.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in that world. I want my ex-wife and ex-whatever and ex-girlfriend. I want all of them to be in the same place I'm going. I don't want preferential treatment.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to lose something in order to gain something. I had to lose something I loved to gain that I got sick of. It's kind of like remember that movie Brewster's Millions, where he had to spend like $30 million in order to gain $300 million. The Richard Pryor movie with John Candy.
Okay.
Money. He has to spend $30 million, and then at the end, he's sick and tired of spending, and that's how he became rich. He stayed rich. You got sick and tired of spending.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a beautiful story in the movie, the moral of the story. Well, kind of the same way. You had to lose the most precious thing that has ever fallen in your lap. It could be like a daughter or a son or whatever. In my case, it was a girlfriend. So I fell so madly in love with her that I literally, I just couldn't imagine no more, even though she's not my girlfriend, I just couldn't imagine me not wanting her to have the same thing I have. And everybody else. I was sick and tired of being a Jehovah's Witness. I was just sick and tired. I couldn't.
It's when I was 16, last week I was saying it was the worst year of my life. The organization had myself and my boyfriend break up with each other too. They broke us apart, and I didn't see him for years. And I'm not okay with that at all, because he and I could have let it run out on its own, and we probably would not have stayed together. But the fact is they took that from me. How dare them, How dare them?
Yeah,
But that's a common thing.
that's like the number one. That is the number one thing I hear when people call me. Is stories like that really pisses them off. That Watchtower stole that from them.
Mm-hmm. I'm the one that brought him in the quote unquote truth. Hello, so that I could date him. Hello. Now you break us up. Oh, I was pissed. Very pissed. Then he showed back up years later at the house. I was staying with my mother at the time, and I'd already had a divorce and had one kid at that time. He showed up with his wife. She was beautiful, really beautiful lady. And I don't know if he came back another time, but I spent some time with him, and I just could not stop bawling my eyes out. I can't explain why I was bawling my eyes out. I didn't have words. I hated that. Absolutely hated that.
So it was like if somebody would have ransacked your home and stole. Have you ever had anybody steal and then you go home? It's like a violation, like somebody went in my house and stole something.
Yeah.
Tell me how it felt, like you were robbed. Like, oh my God, I've been robbed.
Mm-hmm. And because he was such a good JW in training, he followed the directions of the elders, even though he had not been baptized yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
So sorry you had to go through that, Linda. That's horrible.
Thank you. And again, I know that over time we would not have worked out. But the fact that they didn't let it, it's just such a yeah. Thank you, Miss Grace.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed.
Your heart.
I'm sorry, what? What did you say, Grace?
No, I just said we have all been hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, the big reason I wanted to bring up things that we've missed and that we can be nostalgic about from our time being in the organization, we can create that now. We can orchestrate things to have these, to make memories now ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We can set up a gathering, invite a few friends over, play the guitar or whatever. We can have a potluck with whoever, you know, we choose. We can have a skating night. We can have a, you know, just different things that we used to do within the congregation for community. Some of it can still be done now while we're out of the organization. So even though
I'm not supposed to bring up Bible things here, but I feel like when I'm in this free church, they are not good for me when it comes to the Bible. I think this J. Hess person, he can explain things to me. He listens. He's respectful. Whereas they insult me and after I spoke to him, I read the big portion of the Bible, and it was fluently. It was like it was free running water. I mean, I felt like, yes, now I want to do this. It wasn't any effort for me. It's just
that is beautiful.
I think.
Jay Hess is amazing. You ask him a question, he speaks out loud. You can hear him thinking as he's speaking, and he'll share his wisdom, and then he'll be like, that's a good question. He's just so cash. Yeah. I really enjoy Jay Hess. I'm glad you're able to watch him and enjoy him or listen on the phone.
I've talked to him maybe 3 times, so it's not so.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's very good.
There was something wrong with the phone. I couldn't call in on the phone line. I don't remember. It was last weekend or the weekend before, I think it was maybe. I couldn't call in. It was broken.
Oh, the
And I
app?
was frustrated. Now finally I have this phone line and it's not working.
Oh. Do you have a smartphone?
Yes, it wasn't the phone. It's nothing wrong with my phone. It was something on this free number. It didn't work.
Okay.
I know it's working, so that's good. I heard you talking to Tom last week, and I was just so tired I fall asleep.
You know, I end up hearing later all the, you know, from different people that I had no clue ever listened to this show, and quite a few people listened to it like throughout the week, just portions at a time, and it's a nice, easy listen for them. And I think so. It's not only good for us; they're getting good out of it too. Whoever's like, I don't know who's there, I don't, but they're getting benefits just hearing us run our thoughts off of each other. And I think this is a good opportunity to think more creatively, more out of the box, do the critical thinking. So when we do this kind of, this is congesture, or maybe it could be this, it opens up our imagination more to more possibilities, because leaving the org, we really don't have many possibilities until somebody informs us, you know, there is this, that, and the other, or you come to discover that. It's a very isolated, small place to be when you're isolated and restricted so much.
Hey, Linda, on the comment section, Starshine asks, so how does a person move on from Watchtower? Well, George Washington said, we should not look back unless it is to derive useful lessons from past errors and for the purpose of profiting by dearly bought experience. So he's right. So the way you get past, move on from Watchtower, is to always be looking at the future. And if you have to look back, you only look back to learn, to derive useful lessons,
yes,
or profit from it. But we don't look back to dwell on the negative. We look back and says, you know what? Oh, I made that same mistake when I was in Watchtower. I don't want to make the same mistake again. That's profiting.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you move on. You move forward and only look back. Like say, for example, I'm talking about my ex-girlfriend. I don't look back and say, oh, I still love you and all that. No. I look back and I remember the good things. I just remember the good things.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I asked her, why did you get a divorce? And her husband, she goes, my husband says that my silence was a killer. So I asked her, is it true? And she goes, yeah, my silence is a killer. And so I never forgot that. And I live by those words. Silence is a killer. I don't want to live a life where I'm not open. I'm not telling you exactly how I feel. Because if I keep silent my feelings, then it's like a cancer to a relationship. It's a cancer to myself. So I'm not looking back and trying to look up to my ex-girlfriend. No. I'm looking back only to remember the good things and then move forward. But you don't look back to dwell on it. Does that make any sense?
It does. It does a lot. And it's reminding me of, I do reflect, and I do think a lot, and when I reflect, I think to myself, okay, so what was my part? How did I play in it? how did I do this dance with them, even if it was to abuse me? Okay. And it helps me learn lessons to not do it in the future. So that's a healthy reason to reflect. Massimo, that one Italian dude that is the lawyer the Watchtower gets. I was reading an article from him just the other day, and he compared shunning to an abuse victim not talking to their abuser anymore. Let me just make something very, very clear right here and now. Shunning is a punishment. When you choose to not speak to an abuser, you're taking care of you. When you're shunning somebody else, you're causing harm to them. You're hurting them, okay? But they call it gray rock or no contact. Because the person's abusive, you go no contact is what it's called. That's how you would treat, say, someone that's a narcissist or an abusive boyfriend or girlfriend. Otherwise, they keep feeding off of you, and it keeps draining you and draining you and draining you. And if you're not a good supply for them to eat from, they will just find somebody else. But they'll always want to have the mindset that they can get back with you. So there's a big difference from shunning someone, treating them like they're dead as a punishment, and going no contact to protect yourself. Big difference. And Massimo thought he was going to make them sound the same. What a nut job.
Oh yeah, because when I look back at all the the different girlfriends I had or whatever, I really do. I feel like Jesus says, "Turn the other cheek." I have no animosity. I have nothing. I'm just moving on with my life, and I'm not going to even entertain any anger, any hate. I'm going to I'm just going to let everything go, because all that stuff drains you down. You're right. And I remember Jesus let Satan talk to him. So if Jesus could talk to Satan for 10 minutes, I can't talk to, if somebody wants to talk to me, I can't say, okay, go ahead. It doesn't mean I have to entertain a past abuse relationship. No. What I'm saying is I'm not going to entertain anger, hate. I'm not going to be vindictive or, just let it all go. And if for some reason, my high school girlfriend calls me and says, "Hey, I'm not going to get angry. I'm just going to live happy." And that's what I'm trying to say about some of the great things that I've learned is, when I put these things into practice, turning the other cheek, just letting things go. You live a more peaceful life,
It really is very much more peaceful. Yeah. I like to think that way too. And then I find that hill that I am willing to die on. And it's a bad day for somebody else when I get in that mood, because it's just no. And I'll stand up for myself and tell them what for. But usually it's just like, is this the hill I want to die on? Nah. I just let that go. Whatever. Whatever.
Yeah, there's plenty more girlfriends, boyfriends, religions in the sea. Yeah, there's plenty more. Yeah. But I posted the quote on the chat, not to look back and let us write lessons. And that's the answer to Star Shine when she asks, how does a person move on from Watchtower? I think that quote is a good help.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know about you, but maybe you have. But there's a lot of there's this a black girl, Coach D Free, I think, or Coach something.
Oh my God, yes.
And she did a video describing, leaving Watchtower like a boyfriend. It was like, it was like a boyfriend relationship.
Mm-hmm. Very similar.
I like that. And I thought, that is a very interesting take. So if you want to leave Watchtower, it's like a bad, it's like, it's not you, it's me.
I just got to break up with you. Yeah. I'll be the bad guy.
Really like
Gotta go. You can get out of there, But the thing is they hold your family hostage. Did you experience anybody in your family that shunned you when you left and it really affected you?
No, I saw it coming. I knew it was going to happen. I'm just glad it happened after my dad died, because my mom was already dead.
Okay.
And I remember months before this happened, I remember talking to my Jehovah's Witness older brother, older than Jesse, and I told him, you can't win with Jehovah. I'm trapped. If I move to the left, if I move to the right, I'm always in a losing proposition with Jehovah. I told him, I can't win. There's nothing I can ever do. I'm always losing. And he got mad at me for even suggesting. And now I tell people, Jehovah's like the casino that never gives a payout. At least Satan, in his casinos, people win occasionally here and there. Jehovah's a casino that doesn't give you never hear ding, 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 ding with Jehovah.
Right. It's interesting you said you can't move to the left, you can't move to the right. I've heard so many stories from the platform where they're telling a story that somebody just accidentally found themselves in a certain situation where certain stuff was going on, and that in of itself would compromise their standing with Jehovah. That makes you afraid to move. That makes you afraid to make your own choices. That's part of that keeping you stuck and not freely move.
Yeah, I was like a dog that's stuck in a corner. I can't go anywhere.
Oh, your personality must have been nuts, going absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Good thing I was a trained Jedi, and I was very very strong in the Force. But man, I'm grateful for it all. But I mean, I take it all as a learning experience. But yeah, now when I see my ex-Jehovah's Witness brothers on YouTube and they're whack on crack, man, I have nothing but, I'm like, yeah, I understand. That could have been me. I sympathize with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating to it's going to get better. This person, whoever this was, Sunstar or whatever, the more you get used to making some decisions for yourself, the more mistakes you'll make and the more good choices you'll make. And the more you do both, the more wisdom you're going to have. And eventually you'll be more self-reliant and not so apprehensive on how you choose to live your life. Because what the organization wants you to be is fully dependent on them and afraid to leave them. They want you to be, it's like this, a perpetrator tells their victim that the victim needs the perpetrator. But the fact is, the perpetrator needs the victim much more than the victim is being made to believe that they need the perpetrator. If the perpetrator has no victim, they have nothing. Okay? Nothing.
Yeah.
They need a victim because they don't have a sense of self to begin with. So it can be someone they abused or someone they use as like a wife that makes them look good. It's all about making them look good, and it's not about you at all. You know, except for how you can be used.
Correct. I like also what you said earlier about, was it you that said that you've never met somebody that says, I wish I wouldn't have listened to my gut?
Yeah, that was me. Never heard anybody say that ever. And that's another thing where when we're in the organization, we've spent years silencing our intuition or pushing it down and going with what we've been instructed to do or what the organization would say to do. And it feels wrong, but in order to be obedient to Jehovah, we go in the direction that feels wrong to be obedient, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, one thing I learned too, you know, and it's helped me out now, because like before, when you're a Jehovah's Witness, they tell you that when you're dating somebody, you know, you have to like, everything has to match, right? So if she likes blue, you have to like blue. If she likes Mexican food, you have to like that. Everything has to be a perfect match, kind of, you know.
Really? Okay.
Whatever. But it's like, and so when I fell in love, it was really interesting because she was 100% the exact opposite of me. The exact opposite. I mean, okay, let's just lay it on the line, man. She did you know, she smoked weed, you know, alcohol. She did it all, right? She had tattoos. Just, I mean, the list goes on. But every time the subjects came up, she felt bad because she knew the kind of person I was. But see, I found out that I wasn't uplifting her. I was making her feel like shit, even though I didn't say anything. But I learned that, you know.
Right.
So what I learned ultimately, now that I'm older, you know, now they're all, is that when I see girls and I talk to girls, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm not looking for a girl to be like the splitting image of me, like Jerry Seinfeld when he found the girl and she looks exactly like him, you know, because he fell in love with himself. No, you know, you can be with somebody who's completely opposite than you. The key is, if you have love, everything is possible. It doesn't matter how different you guys are. Love covers a multitude of sins. Love is like the Jedi Force, man. Anything is possible, but you also have to have a well-functioning brain to manage that love. You know, you can't be a 16-year-old kid. But I learned that now that you're an older man, you know, you're not looking for perfection in a person. You just want to know that they have the mental capability to use love in a good way. Because with love, anything is possible. Anything is possible.
I agree. I believe love is always louder than the BS that the members in the organization are being fed. That love can actually be louder than that. And about that person that was in the chat, how to get over the Watchtower. So there's a web page called jwfacts.com, and that website you can learn a lot from. Paul Grundy runs that, jwfacts.com. So it has the J, the W, and you spell out facts.com, and you'll find out a lot about the history. When you do, it kind of takes away some of that sense of obligation that you've been trained to have towards this organization. It's going to free you up a little bit. The more you find out, will free you up some more. As far as this is the thing about an abusive person, a cult, being in a gang, they expect loyalty. You might not get it back, but you are expected to have loyalty to them. And there's an understanding there. And your behavior has to match what they've decided loyalty looks like. And you usually find out the hard way getting yelled at and finding out that should have looked differently. Because if, you really loved them, you would have done it this way. So you kind of learn as you go along. That's what it's like being in an abusive relationship. It takes away who you are and turns you into a different person after all that time of you should have done it this way, you should have done it that way. Very similar to putting on the new personality, being whoever, someone else that you are not.
That's interesting because loyalty, the way Watchtower uses it by putting it first, is so wrong because it's so authoritarian. No, if you love first, like for example, I love my mom and dad. And so I was loyal, not because I had to, because I love my mom and dad. You see, so same thing with a marriage, girlfriend, boyfriend, or whatever. You're loyal, not because you have to be loyal, no, because you love someone. See, so they got it backwards. They're putting the cart before the horse. No, loyalty is a fruit of love. You gotta have love. Then loyalty just comes naturally.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, Gabby Shut Up wrote, Paul Newman and Johann Woodworth were opposite, and they worked beautifully. It's true.
Say that again, those two?
Yeah, she wrote, Paul Newman and Johann Woodworth were opposite people, and it worked beautifully. That's what she wrote.
Okay, so they complemented each other then. Okay.
Even though they're opposites. And you know what Paul Newman said about women? Women were always throwing themselves at Paul Newman.
Oh, he was.
Why am I going to have?
Man,
why
yeah.
Why am I going to have hamburger when I got steak at home?
I love it. Yeah, you would never hear about him, going out and about gallivanting out on his wife. And what's his name? The guy that was in, he used to wear the Hawaiian shirts with the mustache. Anyways.
And every woman loved him.
What? Tom Selleck?
Every woman loved Paul Newman. I mean.
Paul Newman, yeah. And plus he has salad dressing too at the store.
Sex symbol.
And so when you notice somebody has that attitude towards their mate, it's really neat to see. Vice versa. I'm sorry, I went to that place where I'm losing names. What's his name went to the stage and slapped that guy? The what? Oh my God. Somebody was on stage. I think they made a bald joke about the wife. And he came up there, smacked the hell out of him and said, "Keep my wife's name out of your mouth." I can't remember the name. Gosh.
Chris Rock and Will Smith.
What?
Chris Rock and Will Smith.
Yes. Like at first it's like, oh damn. Like it was almost chivalrous. It was almost chivalrous. Like showing chivalry, protecting your mate. And then a minute or two later I was like, oh no, that's just straight up wrong. You can't just go up to anybody and smack the hell out of him. And he did. So then he had to apologize. Yeah.
Now there's a couple, James Carville and Mary Madeline. He worked for Bill Clinton as his personal advisor, and she worked for George Bush. And so they were arch rivals of two presidents, and yet they were madly in love with each other, and they got married and have a beautiful family. These are things that Watchtower doesn't teach people, and that it can be done, but you have to be of a mature mind. If you have a mature mind and you really do know how to love, anything is possible. So all of these rules and regulations, they're worthless. It's like I guess was it Paul that said, if you don't do it out of love, then it's all in vain.
Maybe so. Yeah,
it's that simple.
So there's a thing that because when we were in the organization, anybody else who was a Jehovah's Witness was a instant friend. Those are the only ones we were allowed to have as friends, which was organization approved. So we didn't associate with anybody that wasn't a Jehovah's Witness because they were bad association. At least that's the way it was supposed to go. So when we leave the organization, developing a friendship is actually very foreign to us. And just working at developing a friendship is like a whole new world to us. You know, we don't even know how to do it because we never had to. It's part of socializing. A symptom of that is oversharing. You meet somebody and you've told them already half of your life.
Yeah.
You know, that's a symptom of it. You know, just don't know how to act around people. But over time, you make enough mistakes and you learn. Goodness gracious. When I think back of some of the stuff I've done, it's crazy. And I just had no clue how socially inappropriate and how rude and wrong it was. Oh my God. Mm.
Well, think about how bad it is with the Jehovah's Witness, even ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, because they can't even go and watch a movie with a girl, some of them, without thinking that sex is expected at the end of the show. Like, how is it that you just can't be friends with a girl? Now, look, there's this girl, she's just gorgeous, Chinese girl here in Phoenix. And I met her at a Trump rally, and we would go, during the election a couple of years ago, there was a rally almost every day. And so I would see her all the time, and then we started talking and everything, and we went and had lunch and stuff. And she was kind of like holding back, right? And so her name is Z-I. And I go, Z, will you marry me? And she just like flipped. She goes, you're crazy. What are you talking about? And I said, now that we got that out of the way, that we're not going to get married, I go, can we just have dinner and just have, and we're having a good time.
Yeah.
And she started laughing. And you know what? I mean, it's been like 2 or 3 years now, and we talk, like, we'll talk a lot and then we won't talk. Talk a lot and won't talk, and then we'll see each other and we won't see each other. But this thing about why do I have to, I go, you know, why do you have to presume that just because we're going to go watch a movie that somebody has to perform sexually?
Or get married.
Or get married, you know?
Well, everybody's got to have some chemistry if they're going to be dating. But also, if you're working on a creative project with just friends, there's a certain chemistry. And they never talk about that. It's like instant friend.
Yes.
Yeah. And I look back on my life, and I gave so much loyalty to them, to family, to friends, and to lots of people that didn't give a tinker's damn about me.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's why I call it betrayal, because often it was not two-way.
That is really well put, Pixie. A betrayal. Yeah.
Now, this is above my pay grade because Majestic7 on the chat says, what if I haven't had sex since 2017? That's above my pay grade.
Me too, darling. Me too. I've been missing it, all right? So I feel you, girlfriend.
It'd be a recent memory.
Yeah.
Maybe even farther back, I don't know.
Am I wrong? I mean, why a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses don't have that belief that they just can't make friends. Like, hey, let's, you know, like I'll give you an example with movies. It's, you understand this, Linda, because you're from Southern California. Movies mean something different to the people in Southern California because it's the industry down there in Hollywood. And
yes, a good movie. And going to the movie.
Correct. And you want to know who the director is or who's this and who's that. And so some people are really into movies, whereas other people would just watch movies like, all right, I saw that movie, whatever. And so
we should get married, Gilbert, because I stand up at the end with the credits.
Yeah, me too.
See, we have something in common.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm saying, you know, with why can't people, I noticed that with the extra Jehovah's Witnesses is, and you know, that they can't even have that kind of a relationship. Like, let's just go watch a movie. Let's just go get a cup of coffee, you know? And it's like, you know, like, what are you implying? That I like coffee? You know?
Oh my goodness. Okay, I pulled out my, what do you call it? I haven't looked at the chat. I'm sorry, guys. This is the first time I'm looking at it. Oh my gosh, we have 36 people. Hello, everyone.
I like extra butter on my popcorn, Gilbert. Is that wrong?
No.
Oh, say that again. I might borrow that one. Say that again, Pixie. What was that? You're the butter on my popcorn?
I said I like extra butter on my popcorn. Is that wrong?
Is that wrong? I love it. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I just think, you know, being able to go on dates or just, you know, just friendship, you know, I think that's a beautiful thing. And I don't know why it's this. I know why, because Watchtower put that taboo in you. You know,
they don't supply the things that churches are supposed to supply. I remember my dad apologizing to me about it. He said, I wanted you to have a community where they would have social things for the kids and for the families. And the witnesses do none of that.
Right. And none of it.
And then my cousins in California, when my aunt was alive and they were younger, she says, oh, we have teen pizza parties. I'm like, in the East Coast, I was never invited to a teen pizza party. So if the congregation doesn't have these events and you can't be pals, you could be in a school play, but you can't go to the after party or something, well, then you have no social life.
Correct. Now, on the chat section, actually it's my brother. He's on the line. He says, Gigi, is it wrong to debate on a first date? Yes, because you know, there's only one subject that you should talk about on a date, and that's the date's favorite subject. You know what every person's favorite subject is? Themselves.
Movies.
Yeah.
Movies.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. It's you know, most people are me monsters. Me. So, like, what do you think? I'll tell you what I think. Me. So, if you know that, you will be good on dates because you'll always know how to ask the right questions.
What's your favorite movie?
My favorite? Well, there's a whole bunch. I love Casablanca, My Fair Lady. I love.
Right. You like musicals. I was listening to somebody the other day talk about musicals and why they're so amazing.
Well, I love Guys and Dolls. Yeah.
Oh, Guys and Dolls was great. Every witness should see that movie. That was funny.
Yeah, I love it. And when Marlon Brando sings that song by Frankie Lane, "Your eyes are the eyes of a woman in love." Oh my God.
Isn't that great?
I like women, but even Marlon Brando had me, you know.
Oh, he was the best, and they're trying to convert him at that mission. That was the funniest movie.
That was funny, man. Hey, he was so good looking. My God.
Oh yeah, he knew it though.
He knew it, man. And you know is that Frank Sinatra used to hate doing like a retake. He would just want to do one take and done. And Marlon Brando on purpose would mess up so that way the director would say, cut, like redo.
Yeah, and he got paid more too. He'd get paid more for it.
Yeah. So.
He'd have to come in extra days. Do you know he's dancing in Godfather 3?
Yeah.
So I have a question about a musical.
He's on stage in the party scene in Godfather 3 as him, not as himself, but as a younger, handsomer self, because he's dead as the Godfather. But in 3, he's Brando dancing with the band.
Wow. But my brother Jesse says his favorite movie is Armageddon. It's Grand Climax #2, like the sequel.
Wasn't there a book that was studied that sounded a little like that? Revelations, the Great Climax, or something like that. I missed it because I left before that. But speaking of musicals, can you guys hear me?
Movie called, what's the name of the movie now? Oh, now I got a blank, and I wanted to tell you what the movie was. It's like the most ultimate witness movie.
There's
a truck driver. His name is
Tales. Handmaiden Tales? Pixie was trying to think of a movie that was so Jehovah's Witness, and I said Handmaiden's Tales or something like that.
Yeah, it is, but there's another one too that's real. It's a real beautiful little short movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a real good Jehovah's Witness movie from a cult perspective. This ex-Jehovah's Witness, she's a semi-truck driver, the Ryder Walker, Janet. She's beautiful. And I told her to watch the Fiddler on the Roof. She finally did. She's like, "Oh my God, Gilbert, I can't believe it." But now you're looking at it from an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and these are Jews, you know. And so you're looking at a religious movie, and she just saw there's a disfellowshipping scene in the movie, all kinds of different things that you can identify with, and you know, not talking to the Russians because they're not part of the Jewish religion, stuff like that. And she says, "Gilbert, maybe she goes, maybe I'll take you up on the offer and we can do a movie review of Fiddler on the Roof from an ex-Jehovah's Witness perspective," you know. Yeah.
There's a movie called Apostasy. You could probably see it on Prime Time or something through Google. It's called Apostasy. It's amazing. That movie is amazing.
That movie has somebody else in it.
They had what?
No, I said I have seen that movie, Apostasy, and I wondered if the Gilbert or Pixie has seen it also.
I've never seen it. Apostasy?
Have you seen it, Pixie?
Yeah.
I think I was very impressed with that sense of when you're not speaking and you're just really uncomfortable. This movie captured that so well. And the mother was wanting to help her pregnant daughter. There was a story in real life that came out, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, where a mother wanted to help their pregnant daughter by going over there and cleaning her refrigerator. So a little bit of that showed up in the video, where the mother of this one child who became pregnant, unmarried, was big pregnant, and she wanted to go over there and help her daughter. I think she was disfellowshipped, and she's asking the elders, is it okay if I help her clean her refrigerator? You know, it's like, wow.
So this is a 2018 movie.
It's very, very good. The person that directed it, I believe, was a witness. And then there's one called a Jesus Jerk or something like that. I forget the whole name of it.
But like, what's a movie that you buy and you actually watch it over and over again? Now, Gabby,
I could watch that movie several times. It's so good, this movie, Apostasy. But I mean, I think his mother was Jehovah's Witness. I'm not too sure he was ever baptized. I don't remember.
You might be right. Yeah, you might have simply grown up around it and didn't do the baptism. Yeah, it was very good.
It was really spot on. It was. I just felt like, it was so real. It was so spot on. He got lots of stars for that movie also.
Oh, good.
This was before I didn't know you couldn't put the link on, so I put it on Gilbert's site, this movie, and I asked, have you seen this movie and the link and everything? And then it was removed, and I thought, what did I do now? He must hate me. Why did he remove my post? And then finally I find out that it's the YouTube that removes if you put the link.
This is true. Matter of fact, I've put links in the chat, like under YouTube, and when I've looked back at the show later, I see it on my screen when I put the links on there, but it didn't show up for other people to see, which is odd to me. But correct. I would ask them if they could see it, and they're like, nope, I don't see it.
I've done that too. Hey, so Linda, do you think Pixie and I could get on the Rick Farron show and have our own show? Like, we could do movie reviews from
a next
perspective.
You two would be such a blast listening to, because both of you have this social aspect that's very uniquely your own. And I think you guys would play off of each other pretty well. Yeah. Entertainment
in the chat
is a very important thing.
My brother's favorite movie is The Last of the Jehovians. You just made that up.
I knew what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you this before. Now, am I the only one that got creeped out watching the musical called My Fair Lady when he's saying thank heaven for little girls? I can remember being a little kid and creeped out about this, because he eventually
that was Gigi, the movie Gigi. Thank heaven for little girls, because without little girls,
I'm back.
What would little boys do?
I'm glad you're back, Pixie. Yeah, I didn't like that, and I can remember being a little girl going, what is this man's problem? What is he singing about? Because he's singing like she'll grow up and he'll be able to marry her, right?
No.
What movie?
He's French. You know who sang that song and did a montage, a thing on it? Was Gene Kelly. They don't have it on YouTube anymore. But Gene Kelly does that, sings that song, and there's a whole bunch of little girls. I mean, he goes, without little girls, what would little boys do? Those are beautiful. I
love Gene Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
The movie that I was trying to think of is Tuck Everlasting.
Huh. Wow.
And they made a Broadway musical of it recently. And I think it was produced by Disney. It's not a very long movie, but it's the ultimate witness movie.
Oh, okay. What's it called again?
Tuck Everlasting.
Tuck, T-U-C-K?
T-U-C-K, Everlasting. And I was teasing an ex-witness friend of mine, and I said, yeah, I'm the girl in that movie, and you're the guy. It's a great little script.
2002 movie. Wow.
No, I think it was made before that, because I saw it. Or no, maybe they wanted me to read the book, I guess. I refused to read the book in high school. And
wow. I don't think I've ever heard you ever say you refused to read a book. I
didn't. It's the only time I ever did it.
Wow.
And they have to read this. We're recommending this for you. And I said, oh, no, it will ruin my faith. I must not read it.
Okay.
And when I saw the movie, I said, okay, this is my favorite. This is right up there with David Lean and Zhivago and Lawrence of Arabia. And, yeah, that's in the top 10.
Oh, wow. Ben Kingsley's in it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sissy Spacek. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lawrence of Arabia, I know people don't like it because it takes forever. But it is one of the greatest movies. And let me tell you why. Because at the very end of Lawrence of Arabia, they explain the whole world. And basically, they give Lawrence of Arabia, he goes from captain to being a major, and they ship him off, and they say, thank you for everything you did. We're going to take over. The English take the electricity, the French take the water, and they leave the religion to Guinness, the Obi-Wan Kenobi, the actor.
Yep.
And so they're telling you this is how the world works.
Yep.
they compartmentalized everything, and they told what country is going to take what, and everybody is going to be at the hands of the religion.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got to see Tuck Everlasting.
Really? Okay, I saw it and wrote it down.
And you can think of me.
I will. My brother
and the Russellites and everything. I won't give it away, but there's a.
My brother says his favorite movie is Toni Morris Does the Tabernacle. On the set. He needs to go to sleep. Oh my gosh. Well, I wrote it down here. Tuck Everlasting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a lot of people don't understand Lawrence of Arabia because it's so long. But the message is so important. From a cult survivor, and now looking at the world at a different. It made so much sense to me. It's like, oh my God, they gave this guy a promotion, and he couldn't live with himself anymore because he had totally conquered Saudi Arabia. He fell in love with the people. He gets a promotion, and they tell him to go back to England. Mm-hmm. And he ends up dying. He couldn't live anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was actually in a motorcycle accident.
Yeah, that's.
But another key scene in that movie, and it's true, is when they take the ruler, the white rulers take a ruler and put it on the map and arbitrarily draw a line.
Yeah.
And those are the battles in the Middle East today, a result of these people that weren't from there telling those other people where they were supposed to be.
Yes.
And it's true. That story is true.
Yeah. It explains how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than just a movie. That's why that movie is it's just such an incredible movie.
And Dr. Zhivago can be at about 4 different levels. It can be a family story, it can be a romance, it can be a political story, or it can be just a movie.
Yeah. She was beautiful too. God,
I know. And the script, that's the only movie in the world that's better than the book. How he tied everything together in one script. It just, I can see it over and over again, and I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah. I like that movie a lot.
Because the book is actually this handsome doctor and all his affairs. The book was really kind of just a romance. But he takes all those other things we were talking about earlier and puts all those history elements in there with the trains and stuff. And that one doesn't get old.
What's a really good movie? Is the Orson Welles movie, the number one movie of all time, Citizen Kane.
So I can watch that one over and over again too.
Yeah, I didn't watch it for the longest time because I love Casablanca. In my mind, I wanted to think Casablanca was the greatest movie. But when I finally watched Citizen Kane, I couldn't believe what I was watching, and and I really do believe it knocked Casablanca off for me as being the number one movie, because Casablanca, it was such a great movie because there's so many one-liners that apply to everyday life. It's just beautiful. I mean, I could quote Casablanca like the Bible. I do. People that know me,
used Casablanca when I taught film editing. That's the movie I gave to the students. And the people in the scenes, a lot of those actors had been European actors that fled and came to Hollywood.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful.
But I really like Citizen Kane, because because of the press and everything, the movie about the press, and then at the end, I finally understood, about the what was the name of the sled? The
Rosebud.
Yeah, Rosebud. Yeah, cousin mine. And I used to hear that phrase a lot in movies. I'm like, what is that? And now it all makes sense. And as you get older, you appreciate that scene so much, that he was yearning for a simpler day.
Yeah. I have not been to the Hearst Castle. I would love to go there someday. Hearst hated Orson for making that picture.
He what?
Mr. Hearst, that owns the fancy castle in California, he hated Orson for making that picture.
No way.
There's more to that movie than just it being the greatest movie ever. There's a whole backstory about Hearst hating Welles for making it.
I love Orson Welles. That
I do
opened me
too.
up to Orson Welles. Yeah, and I love his command of the English language. I'm like, I could just sit there and I don't care what he's saying. I'm just looking at him just talk.
And kind of like Brando, he had kind of a wit about himself too. He could laugh at himself. Yeah. He'd get that little chuckle. That scene where they're having the breakfast and their marriage is falling apart, that's pretty great. With that table and it's so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely watch that again. But I will tell you that on Casablanca, I think I quote, how I can quote the Bible verse and stuff. I quote Casablanca like the Bible. I'll pull out the verse, There's just so many one-liners in there. And but I love that movie because one of my favorite lines, and I noticed that with the Jehovah's Witnesses, is when Victor Laszlo tells Humphrey Bogart, Rick, that he goes, "You know what you sound like?" He goes, "You sound like a man who's trying to convince himself of something he doesn't believe." Because,
yeah.
Because he really was a fighter. Rick wanted to fight for justice. He was always fighting.
Right.
He was a gun seller, but he was fighting for truth and justice because he's from American from New York. But he was trying to tell himself, no, just be a bartender and just ignore the world. But he couldn't. And that's how it is with the Jehovah's Witnesses. A lot of Jehovah's Witnesses are in denial, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, that they want to, like, I'm just going to take a break. But they have that Jeremiah thing where it just burns and burns. And they know they have to get back into the fight, And so I see that. I see Rick as a Jehovah's Witness who is an ex-Jehovah's Witness who's trying to avoid responsibility. But inside,
he has such high morals and high ideals.
Yeah. Correct. And also, I like it because I can just stare at her all day long.
Wasn't she flawless? That whole picture was flawless. The lighting and everything. Everybody was flawless in that picture.
Yeah. I was actually visiting my brother this week, and I had to show him a scene from Casablanca where he's telling Rick, why are you complaining? I give people what they want. They want exit visas to leave the country. And I always use that phrase because he goes, at a price, Ugani, at a price. Like he doesn't mind And it was an American thing. I told my brother, I go, look, these guys were from Northern Africa or from Europe, and they didn't mind charging like 10 times the rate. But Rick is an American, you know, and he's okay with just doubling his money or tripling his money, right? Mm-hmm. So you buy something for $100, you sell it for $200 or $300. But these guys from North Africa and from Europe, they wanted to sell it, you know, $100 for $1,000. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's why Victor in the movie goes at a price, and it goes to show like the American Rick didn't want to charge that much. He thought this is price gouging. So it's not saying it's right or wrong. It's a cultural thing.
Well, he had a kindness and a decency about him, even though he wasn't perfect. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean about like movies, is that some people just watch movies and they go, yeah, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. It's just, but others see a movie and they're like, no, you know, there's a lot more to this. Otherwise.
Well, if you start doing Kubrick movies, I found out something. You really have to see all of them. And then there's pieces in one movie that carry over into another. And some people say that Being There with Peter Sellers, which I think is a great movie, that Kubrick helped the young filmmaker make that. And after seeing it, I believe that rumor. So you've got to see the whole Kubrick catalog, and then stuff that's in Glory with Kirk Douglas shows up again as Principles of War in Barry Lyndon. And stuff that's in Lolita, which is visually perfect, some of that evil shows up again in Eyes Wide Shut in the same cocktail party type of scene. So his whole body of work links to other things he did. It's like a whole thing of itself. But you have to pack a snack to watch a Kubrick movie at home. I did Barry Lyndon with champagne and cake and little sandwiches because it was so long.
Hey, Gabby Shut Up said, round up the usual suspects. Something an elder would say. Round up the usual suspects. And you know what? One of the greatest lines, she's right, it says, the problems of two little people don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world.
That's the best line in it, I think.
He's in love with her, she's in love with him, but she's married and he has, you know, just so much things going on. And he's like, man, we got work to do, you know?
Yeah.
And it's so sad, you know, like, and
yeah, she should have gone for Bogart in that chemistry.
Yeah, but they were in the middle of World War II, and
I know.
He could, and she didn't know he was dead. You know, so it wasn't like she was, you know, she literally thought her husband had died.
I know.
You know, could you blame her? You know,
no.
Yeah, just
Bogart? No, can't blame her.
You can't blame any of them. Yeah, no.
Now I got to go back and watch Gigi again.
I love Gigi, and
I do too.
I love that. I know Linda doesn't like that, you know, without little girls, what little boys do. But you know, he's French, and I didn't see any sexual thing to it.
No, because he'd known her all his life. He knew the couple. Yeah. He was actually, in singing that song, he was actually like applauding the fact that they got together and fell in love.
And it was a girl. All the girls were girly dressed. It was 100% femininity to the max.
Oh, and yeah, so, that era and the carriages and
yeah. So he was promoting.
And she's a good little girl because her family were it was implied they were kind of naughty ladies.
Yeah. Yeah, it was implied.
And she's totally pure, and he was totally handsome, and so Maurice Chevalier is just commenting on the situation, as Frenchmen will do, especially at that time.
Hey, now I want to talk about my favorite movie. My favorite movie was a Fiddler on the Roof, and when he sings that song, I want to be a rich man. Do 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 do. And but in that song, as he's finishing, he's talking about he wants to be rich so his wife could have a double chin and order everybody around, and he could have a staircase going up, But at the end, when you stop singing, he sits down, and the reason he wants to be a rich man is so he could sit down with the scribes, with the Pharisees, not the Pharisees, what are the Jewish people called? The
rabbis.
The rabbis, and he could read the books with the rabbis. He says that, and he goes, that would be the greatest thing of all. So in the song, the reason Tayev wants to be rich is because he wants to read the Bible, and people don't understand that. Back in those days, you didn't have 40-hour work weeks. You didn't have 15-minute breaks. They really worked.
He's a serf in a place where there's no middle class. There's very poor and very rich and oppressive. And yeah.
And so the song says that this is why he wants to be rich, not to be. It wasn't a materialistic.
No.
Yeah.
That's what he'd do if he was. It's like it's even tenuous that he could even ever get there.
Correct. And I love how of all the people, he was the one that the Russians respected. And so there was a scene in Pride and Prejudice when Darcy tells Elizabeth that a just man doesn't have to tell anybody he's just. He expects that everybody respect him as as a man of his word. And that's what Tayev was. Tayev didn't have to tell anybody he was a good man. The Russians just knew it. They treated him in the movie. They treated him of all the Jews. They treated him with the utmost respect because he carried himself that way. See, so what I'm trying to say is that a person who is just doesn't have to go and tell everybody, look at me, I have a pretty costume and I'm here at the pulpit. No. He just walks and everybody knows. And that's what Tayev was. He didn't tell anybody he was a just man. He just was. And everybody knew. And then there was that disfellowshipping scene. Did you ever remember that one?
This week I'm going to have to watch that again.
Yeah,
I'm going to watch the whole movie again this week because it'll be on.
Oh my God, the redhead. Yeah, the redhead daughter is his favorite. You could tell him, but she wants to marry a Russian, and he's like, no. He goes, if I bend that far, the tree will break. And he disfellowships his daughter because she wants to marry a Russian, non-Jew. And because the Russian says, we're not part of the communists because it was a communist takeover that was happening. And he's like, we want nothing to do with this, And he didn't care. He goes, I don't care if you don't want to be a communist. He goes, he didn't care. He was a Russian and he had to protect the tradition. So that was a great thing, from a Jehovah's Witness, looking at it. And what the other thing too is at the very end, what people don't know is that here you have these Jews and they're going to New York City and he's going with his son-in-law. He let that because his son-in-law wanted to marry his daughter and he wouldn't let it happen. And then he goes, why should my daughter marry a poor tailor? And he goes, even a poor tailor deserves a little bit of happiness. And he looks at God and he goes, how can I argue with that? So he lets this tailor marry his daughter, and now they're going to New York City before 1914, before World War I. So here you have
a rich tailor,
and he's not going to do any work because his son-in-law is going to be so damn happy that he allowed to get married to the woman of his dreams because he broke tradition. He's going to be rich. He goes, if I were a rich man, he doesn't know that God is one step ahead of him.
Right.
He's going to be a rich Jew in New York City.
With a son-in-law that's a tailor.
Yeah.
In the garment district of New York.
Of New York. And he's going to be taking care of his grandchildren.
Right.
while he's making out with his wife and happy that he didn't have to marry in a forced marriage.
Right.
Because it was an arranged marriage. See,
Yeah.
people don't see that God was one step ahead of Tayev. And then the guy that wanted to marry his daughter, but he didn't let him, he was a butcher. And when they're leaving, he goes, well, I have a cousin in Chicago. He's a Jew going to Chicago.
Where they have all the stockyards.
Yeah, people don't see that, that they were,
Right.
the ending of the movie, you think it's the end of the world. No, it's the Great Reset. Just like we're going through a Great Reset, they went through the Great Reset. And
I hope God's one step ahead of us.
I think so too.
I hope so. Now, what
Yeah.
version of Pride and Prejudice did you like? Because I swore I wouldn't watch that movie, but if you liked it, I'll watch it.
Oh, you'll like it, but you have to watch the 1940s version.
Okay, I'll start
it's the
there.
black and white. Don't watch it. No, the other ones are no good. You have to watch. Gear Garson is on it.
I love Greer Garson. Yeah. Okay, I will. There's a new Great Expectations. Now, I've seen 3 versions. Dickens' Great Expectations is about my favorite script going.
So my brother says, making out with his wife. Was JFK in that movie? No. He could have been, though.
He's been in New York.
Yeah, because JFK was busy with a lot of people's wives. But
in New York.
Yeah. But in that movie with Pride and Prejudice, the 1940s, is Darcy. See, there's a disfellowshipping going on right there. It's a disfellowshipping scene where Darcy will not talk to this guy, but because what happened is he, if you have sex with a woman and you dishonor her, you'll, he was going to make it public, and so what Darcy did is he paid money to this guy to keep the affair from the elite, from the public,
Keep it quiet.
Yeah, keep it quiet. So he's doing it again. So this guy tries to pretend like, oh, I know Darcy, and Darcy doesn't even acknowledge him, just shuns him. But he doesn't tell other people to shun. He just does it on his own. Like, I won't talk to this guy. And so his girlfriend, that he likes, Elizabeth, she kind of takes offense to it. Like, why won't you talk to this guy? And that's when he says, that a just man doesn't have to explain that he's just. He expects people to respect his decisions, and I forget how he words it, but that people that they respect that he's a man of honor, and he just walks away. And I always was mesmerized by that scene, because I've noticed how religious leaders are always trying to put on beautiful clothing to let people know that they're just and they're great people. Or like politicians and everybody else, I did this. But a real just man doesn't tell nobody what he does. He just does it.
Mm-hmm.
But and all he wants is that people to just respect him. As he walks, as he just walks, and as he lives. He doesn't have to go around, like Jesus says, putting the horn. Look at me, look at me. So it was a really beautiful movie.
The other movie about religion is Steve Martin in Leap of Faith. Did you see that?
Steve Martin in Leap of Faith?
Mm-hmm. You got to see that one. You've got to see that one.
Linda. Did he have white hair or black?
I think his hair was dark in that movie.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called Leap of Faith with Steve Martin. I think that's it. And the other movie about religion is Burt Lancaster and Elmer Gantry.
Did somebody call my name?
That was me. It was Matthew from Australia. How are you, Linda?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, just come to annoy you.
Thank you. Thank you. You were showing us.
I didn't realize you were doing movie reviews. It's so interesting. I'd like, what happened here? I've got Stanley Kubrick. I've gone, what's happened? You turned into a film buff. What's happened?
We talk about anything. Anything. We let the conversation flow to whatever it's going to be usually.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Being there, you mentioned that the Peter Sellers, Shirley MacLaine film. I'm just bringing you back to Watchtower. I'm thinking, is the, Chauncey, I think it was Chauncey Gardner, wasn't it? I think that was Peter Sellers.
Being there.
Yeah. I'm just saying his sort of stick was that he was so simple that it was interpreted as genius, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we won't go into the bedroom scene because it gets a bit R-rated when he. But I was just thinking with Watchtower, do you think that Watchtower plays that Chauncey Gardner trick, the sort of so simple and so dumbed down that the rank and file just assume they know more because they're playing their own version of Chauncey Gardner? What do you think about that? That's just my little theory tonight.
That's a brilliant point.
What do you think? I've stunned you.
I'm not familiar with the song, so I don't know. Is anybody else familiar with the song he's talking about?
No, which one is it?
Can you repeat the name of the song, Matt?
No, sorry. I was talking about Watchtower, and I was asking whether you thought that the governing body was pretending to be like Chauncey Gardner, as in from being there, where it was so simple and the message was so simple, everybody drew their own conclusion. So I was saying, do you think that that's their trick? The people assume, the rank and file JWs think that they know more than what they do because the message is so simple, so dumbed down to the extreme. That was just my takeaway from because I love that movie. I just absolutely love that movie with Shirley MacLaine and Peter Sellers. Was that his last film that he made, or
what is the name of the movie?
One, I'm not sure, but
can you tell me the name of the movie, please?
Being There.
Being There? Okay.
Yep.
I think just watching movies is very healing.
I think so too.
That's an old movie from 1980.
I've got 79. Being There. It shows a gentleman on the front of it with a hat and a umbrella.
Chauncey Gardner. I have to look it up. I've never seen it.
This looks good. I'm going to put it on my list because I started making a list of movies I want to watch.
That is interesting. I don't know what the governing body thinks, if the rank and file are just plain stupid, or sometimes I wonder, because with the overlapping generation, I think I could see them in the meeting on Wednesday, they really bought that shit, and or there's a part of me that actually believes that they're believers too. I don't know. It's a 50-50. We don't know the answer to that question.
I think they're frontmen, and I think they know that they're frontmen. I used to wonder if they were victims themselves, but I think that they know what they're doing as far as the part that they're playing.
I think so too, because I think the governing body of 2023, you're right. But I do believe, like, there was a time with Ray France and Daniel Smith and others. They were believers, But in 2023, the jig is up, These guys know. They have to know.
You would think so.
Remain. Of just how stupid the rank and file are. What do we have to do? Like, we steal their property, we disfellowship their children, But
But if they're so isolated and they have nothing to compare it to, and then I get why they're falling for the deception. And the ones that are catching on can't say anything, really. Yeah.
I think it's not about intelligence. It's all about brainwashing.
Yes.
Definitely. I don't think anyone is smarter than they are. I mean, Pixie is smart, perhaps, but I mean, like, we are not any better than them, and we used to be Jehovah's Witness also, so we are not any better than them. It's the same with the Nazis. No, Hitler and the Nazis, they were brainwashed from early age, and it's not easy to get out of that brainwashing, I think.
Right.
It's a complicated process that you don't really understand it. I often think that I must have a lot of bad things in my mind that I don't even consider how much I have been affected. I mean,
yeah, it's over time, things have they click later, and then more time goes by and they click. And usually it's me getting triggered, and then I reflect, why am I overreacting on something so simple? I'm being triggered. What is the base of that, And then I usually come to the conclusion that it had something to do with my childhood,
Yeah. Jesse on the chat says, "What is Jehovah's favorite movie?" Cult classics.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we talked about this, I think, in one or two shows back, where it's possible that Watchtower has already amassed their money. It's gone. It's somewhere in a safe hiding place. And they may be broke today, but they got their money hidden. But it's not about money. They don't care about money. They just care about the power. They're so evil that they just want to see people suffer. They don't want you and I to die. They want you and I to suffer a slow death.
Yeah.
People say, that's what they're doing.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Or a lot of people with the movie. I was just talking to Pixie, got her on a roll.
I took a lot of notes on your movies talk. I love movies, and this was one of the best shows I think we have had so far.
And you know what? Speaking of movies, and this is why I think it's so important, because I tell people, like, when I talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, they call me. Do you remember when Jesus said that it rains on the good and the evil? Evil people get rain, we get rain. Everyone's getting rain. And so that's how it is with, like, movies. There's wisdom everywhere. And sometimes there's a movie And there's a boatload of wisdom for people. And then you go to one church, there's wisdom over there. You go to AA, like we talked earlier, there's wisdom there. So the thing with Watchtower is they think that they're the rainforest. It only rains in Warwick, No,
Right.
it rains everywhere. And so if you want to find wisdom and you want to know the answers to the universe, watch movies, get married, get dogs and cats and pets. Wisdom is everywhere. And that's why, I love the movie thing, because there's so much to be. You can learn, like I tell people, you learn more listening about God, listening to Mahalia Jackson sing a gospel song or Elvis sing a gospel song, will in a sermon. And that's what I'm saying. Wisdom is everywhere. It's not isolated to one place.
That's true.
Yeah, we shortchange ourselves thinking that you can only find it over here. No. The reason these people made movies is because they're very smart, they're very talented, and they had a good story to tell. And a lot of times you watch these movies and you're like, oh my God, I never thought about this. I never thought about that. It's life experience, And so that's goes back to what Jesus says. It rains everywhere. Everybody gets.
It rains on the just and the unjust, right?
I think also sometimes I think the Jehovah's Witnesses are right, like those kind of movies that glorify infidelity, like The Bridges Below Madison County. I mean, Meryl Streep, Clint Eastwood, they are fantastic. But I mean, it glorifies it. And
Right.
I like better to watch yes, what did you say?
No, yeah, but it's also real life. I mean, yeah, I agree. It doesn't mean that you have to let your guard down, But there's still wisdom. There's still wisdom. I mean, I'll give you an example with Casablanca. There's three people, a married couple and Rick, and they're in love with each other, but she's married and she thought her husband died. I mean, this is real life, and I understand about the glorification of it, but it's real life. And like Saturday Night Fever, there's a sex scene in it, and it's real life. And I like the sex scene because in the sex scene, she's trying to have sex with John Travolta so she can get pregnant, so she could entrap him, get him in a trap. And he stops having sex with her because he finds out that he's not on the pill. Now, the purpose of the movie, when you look at it, it's like, this is real life. This is a teachable moment. That some women will try to have sex with you because they want to tie you down like an animal.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is that sometimes you see things in the movies and we think, and Grace is right, say, well, they're trying to glorify it, but sometimes they're trying to teach you a valuable lesson, like, hey, this really happens in the real world. And if you look at it from that perspective, it's not rated R, it's not rated X. It's like, oh my God, this is real life. That makes sense?
It does.
Yes, it's not either or, it's both.
Yes, like Dixie said, and also
I
what we
like
make
those I like what we make of it. Yes, so I like thrillers like Silence of the Lambs and Anthony Hopkins and those. I will be absolutely terrified, and I like also kind of with Satan or demonic, like The Devil's Advocate or some other kind of thriller with demons in it. And I get so scared that I'm really excited. I can't think of anything else when I watch those kind of thriller movies, and I love it. But I can have a nightmare sometimes, not often, but then it doesn't appeal to me anymore. I saw this series was called The Walking Dead. I'm not sure what it's called in the United States. And I like to see it for a while until I got this. I saw it with a friend actually. Until I got a nightmare. It was so real, this nightmare. And then I just couldn't enjoy it anymore. I tried to watch it afterwards. It wasn't fun anymore.
Yeah. When I want to watch a good demonic movie, I always go to jw.org in the video section. And that'll give you a good view of all the demons and everything, but and a lot of horror.
By the way, I am on jw.org right now because Rick Farron had mentioned earlier that he looked for Anthony Morris and couldn't find him anywhere. And I just looked for him under videos, and I'm seeing a whole lot of them. So
I saw him on the video.
He has not been erased from history yet.
Did you read his whole life story about Anthony Morris? His whole life story. Did you read that?
Yeah, I didn't read it.
The one that the organization put out, the one that the organization wrote about him.
Yes, in the Watchtower.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I did read it, but it was a long time ago.
I'm afraid to read it. I'm just going to get the Cliff Notes. Now, Linda, do you remember when we were kids in school? I remember in 6th grade, Mr. Everett, he made us watch the West Side Story, and then he would tell us. We would have a discussion about the gang and just different things. Did you ever have that in school, teachers?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that very successful people that are very rich, they have this habit, and they have a thing called movie night, and they watch movies with their family and kids, but they don't just watch a movie. They do it with the purpose of educating their children, and they use the movies as a way of having a dialogue.
That's what I used to do.
And that's why I think it's so important, it's for us Americans, because that's our culture. I mean, come on. Whether you like Hollywood or not, Hollywood is America. And this is part of our culture. And the movies are a way we could use these things as a teachable moment. And a lot of churches do this, where they have movie night, and we never did. You can't do that at the Kingdom Hall, and that's so sad.
Nope.
Because there's so much to be told in a good movie. And
I can remember being taken. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Go ahead and finish.
Oh.
I can remember being taken to a Calvary chapel and watching Witnesses of Jehovah. And I remember looking at it, and I could not find anything inaccurate about it. I just was sitting there going, yeah, that's what they believe, yeah. I was like, wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just, and you know what makes a good movie is something that stands the test of time. It's like anything. A good book will stand the test of time. Anything good will last. So, there's a lot of good movies that do endure. And like this guy in the chat section says, I like Hollywood, just not the cult side. Yeah, I understand that. But, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because we got a bunch of crazy people in Hollywood doesn't mean we throw away everybody. And that's why I like talking about movies.
Entertainment is very important for people to be able to either watch a live play or a movie, or see live music, or a singer, or somebody that's any kind of you go and watch a stage and it's doing something. it's entertainment. It gives us a mini vacation and helps us get fueled a bit more to go on with the rest of your week. Like, because it just helps you. It breaks up that daily grind. But yeah, entertainment is very important, and it helps people do that.
Yeah. And I remember when I was a Jehovah's Witness, and we would have, like, family would be over, and I remember hearing this from a circuit overseer when I was a young kid, and he talked about how we have to be like a palm tree, yielding. You bend and you bend and you bend, and a lot of us are not yielding. Like, a lot of us don't want to listen to what you have to say or I have to say. We're not yielding, and that happens like now with YouTube. You see kids watching YouTube, and nobody's interested in what the other person is interested in. So I remember when I used to have a family when I was a Jehovah's Witness, and before we got shunned, the pre-shunning, we'd all get together. I used to have this game, and this game was like, everyone's going to pick a video on YouTube, and it's going to be less than 5 minutes, right? No more than 5 minutes.
Really?
But we all have to sit down and watch the video. So it was interesting because you got to see what the other person was thinking of, what the other person's likes were.
Okay.
And you got to see something that you would never see. But you were yielding. That was the whole point. It was trying to teach my brothers and sisters to be yielding. And everybody always had a good time because, you learned something new. And
that is fascinating.
I noticed, yeah. So going back to entertainment, what you're talking about, this is the reason why a good church or a good, like a good family you would have family night, a movie night. You would have these things.
Yes.
This is why you want to do this at a church, because you want to introduce what other people are thinking of. Yeah, because if we play this game, Linda, you're going to pull out a video that I never would have seen this in a million years.
And yeah, now that you're saying it, we all show up willing to see something that we probably would have never picked on our own. And it says something about you, or it says something about me, and whoever else at the table. Wow, that's very cool, actually.
Yeah, and it goes to show that, we have to learn. I always remember what the circuit overseer said, we have to be yielding like a palm tree. You yield, and you go back, and you don't go so far that you're going to break. But a lot, in America, we don't yield. We stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. We don't yield. We're not a yielding nation. Not roundabout. This is why, like in Europe, in certain countries, where they do yielding, the people are a little bit more laid back. Well, because they're always yielding when they're driving. But in America, we get road rage and we're not yielding.
Right. This is true.
And that's the nice thing about those movie nights and watching YouTube videos as a family, as a group. We learn to yield to what other people like.
Yeah, and the desire to share it. So it's also allowing yourself to be kind of vulnerable to share something of yourself. So would there be kind of like some feedback that would happen when you guys did that?
Yeah, everybody would comment on the video, like that video was lame or that video was really good, but they would, oh my God, I've never seen this before, like I never heard of such a thing, And a lot of times it was music, like music videos or, I would put on different jazz tunes that they would just like, oh my God, I never seen this before. Or like, I'll give an example. I made everybody, the last time I was at my brother's house, I told everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop. You're going to watch this video. I made everybody watch it. And her name is Angelina Jordan. Have you heard of her?
No.
Angelina Jordan. For about 10 years, Angelina Jordan has been singing. She's like 8 years old, so she's like 18 now. I think she sang at the Oscars. Have you ever heard of Liberace? Not Liberace. Have you ever heard of who's that Italian opera singer? Italian opera singer.
Angelina Jordan.
Yeah, Angelina Jordan. But I'm getting old. I can't remember her name.
Wow, she surely has a unique look. Whoever is watching this, you want to take a moment and look this gal up. She Norwegian. She's Norwegian.
Yeah.
It's like she finally grew into her hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God. She's a stunning, beautiful young lady.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Andrea Bocelli or Luciano Pavarotti or Bing Crosby or Frank Sinatra?
Mm-hmm.
Amateurs. This girl is amazing. And if you type Angelina Jordan and what a difference a day makes. What a difference a day makes.
Oh, wow.
Everybody listens to it. And she's 8 years old when she sings this song.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And
can you tell
that jaw open like, oh my God, what is this? And that's what I'm saying. When you have get-togethers and you play that game, everybody gets together. You're introduced to things that you thought, oh my God, I would have never. 10 years have gone by, and this girl is a sensation. Kings and queens want her to perform, and I've never heard of her. And that's the beautiful thing about when you have.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry. I just saw that she sang Bohemian Rhapsody a month ago.
She sings Bohemian Rhapsody. You got to watch that. This is what I'm saying. It'll blow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. And this is what the thing about yielding and what I'm talking about is that you open yourself up to other worlds, and when you don't do these exercises like movie nights or that YouTube game that I'm telling you about, you live in a closed little world.
Yeah. And
when you watch that video of her singing Bohemian Rhapsody, you're going to be like, oh my God.
Wow.
It'll blow your mind.
Makes me want to turn it on. Maybe I will in a minute.
Yeah, you should. It'll make you. You'll start crying.
Will I?
Hey, where's Australia? Is Australia in line? Take over. It's 1:30 here. I wonder if do you have two cell phones or just one?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you just have one cell phone.
One what?
Cell phone.
Yes.
You
okay, so I'm going to try to play it now. Oh, it hooked up to the computer. That's not good.
Which one are you playing?
The Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
Next performer is a singer and songwriter with one of the most soulful voices
Can you hear
of
it?
our time. She won Norman's Got Talent when she was only 8 years old. Please welcome to the stage the extremely talented Angelina Jordan.
Hey everyone, how are you doing?
Oh my God.
Sometimes I wish I never been
This gal can sing. Wow. She's gonna tear it up right now. You can tell.
Thank you so much.
So that was the end of it. Look this gal up. Angelina Georgia. This was Bohemian Rhapsody. So see what else she does. I was thinking I had to stop it before it ended, but it ended up ending before it ended. So because I didn't know if it's going to affect copyright or something like that. Okay, she was amazing.
Jordan, what a difference a day makes. But
okay,
see what I'm talking about? Like you see things that you've never seen before, and that's the beautiful thing about how you can use entertainment as a mother, father, as a priest, as a minister to teach people.
Yeah,
it's all good. It's like all things are possible with God. Everything's good. It's you could use something for the good, or you could use it for the bad. And if you here, what we're doing is we're trying to use something for the good. Sharing, sharing is caring. And
it is. It can be, yeah. Wow. I'm just like in my head going, easy come, easy go. It's like I want to go to the rest of the song, but I'm not going to go there. She's amazing. Her style is really her own flavor, but she's really true to the original song. So
yeah,
I'm impressed.
Yeah. I wish Bixie would come back later and watch and comment on that. But yeah, watch. I think we're gonna convert a lot of people. We're gonna convert.
I think so too. You've heard it here on Healing After the Watchtower. You discover so much more in life than what we already know now. And thank you for telling me about her, because now I'll be listening to her more often. I love finding out about new artists. The phone finally went dead. So that's going to wake up Rick. And then he's going to start it up again. And then thank you, Rick. Thank you.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 5 participants in the conference. The recording has started.
Cool. Thank you, Rick.
Hey, welcome, Linda. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, that sometimes you can play music like that. You can violate the copyright, and they'll take it down.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I meant to tell you that what they've done is they've taken a number of your videos down already. Did you know that?
Oh,
It must be.
you know why?
They say because evidently there's music or something that you're playing in there that they don't like. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I want to challenge it. I mean, you don't play music all the time, but they are such sticklers over everything. It's just crazy. But what they do is, it's one reason why your program doesn't get as many views as you'd like, because what they do is sometimes they won't mute it. They'll mute it in, like, they'll write me and say healing after the Watchtower has been taken down in 268 countries or something like that. So
Okay.
so it doesn't. So you want to be aware of that, because it just drags on you.
Yeah. I think I can remember Sister Thorne or somebody. I remember one night telling people about music. Yeah, I'll have to really not do that anymore then.
Well, what they do is that song you just played, I don't know if that's a copyright song. Is it a pretty popular song? Is it, or what?
Yes, it was originally done by Queen, but it was redone by this gal named Angelia Jordan. And so she has somehow become popular. It was on a pretty big show, so I don't know what she's done, whether she has permission to sing it or not. I don't know.
Well, just if it was a Queen.
I didn't play the whole song.
Right. Well, I mean, if you play,
doesn't matter.
If you play even sometimes 10 seconds of it, they'll get on your case. But just telling you, I just want to be aware of it. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, because I did need to be reminded. Because I'm like, I can't wait to listen to it, and I turn it on. I'm all sharing it like I forgot that that's not okay. So, thank you.
Yeah. You know what would also help is that in that video, I don't think so, but like if you were to play a video from Vivo, the Vivo, those are copyrighted, and so there's a lot of people that do reaction videos. They always choose the song that comes from a YouTube video that it's not like a Vivo or like the official channel. So what happened? That video was recorded on an iPhone, and because it was recorded like on an iPhone, like at a concert, it's a different set of rules. But yeah, Rick's right. But if I would never play a Vivo one, or an official, like the official channel of so and so, because they're sticklers.
I had totally airheaded about that, so yeah, I needed to be reminded. It's getting to be about this show's been on for about 3.5 hours, and if anybody, I feel like you're staying up with me, Gigi, and I appreciate that a lot. But I can tell you're getting tired, and if there's anybody else who wants to join us or share some of the things that they have missed about their time being in the organization, things that you've reminisced about, good times when you were in the Watchtower, when we leave something that we have found to be toxic, it's very smart and very healthy, but it's also okay to miss the good things that happened and to reflect on them, but remember why you left. And it doesn't mean you have to go back to that to get that same kind of experience, because you can actually create it today. You can put together a get together. You can put together a potluck. You can get some people together and have the guys all play, football or tennis or whatever. You can call a few people and ask them to bring a few people and have a bonfire at the beach or whatever is your thing. The good times that we've had in the organization can also be had at this place where we're at now as we're healing. We don't have to return to it, to get that experience again. So that was my main message for today, this night. And, if there's certain subjects that people have on their minds, you're welcome to, I guess you can leave a message under the video. And then I usually go back and check on the videos to see if there's a request or something. And then I'll try to bring it up. Or you can maybe send a message to Rick or one of his pages, Rick Farron. Maybe you can make a request on that page if it's open for that. You can share it on the page for Rick Farron. And yeah. So this Tuesday, is the memorial. And we're going to have memorial on the memorial, which means Rick plans on going to a local Kingdom Hall that he used to attend. And we're also going to acknowledge those that we know of that have committed suicide or have lost their lives through the blood transfusion, having blood transfusions, I think I'm going to make up a little poster or something and post them out and about through Facebook so that I can get replies of people and gather up some names so that we can take some breaks during Rick's show and acknowledge these people, because this is memorial on the memorial. And
yeah, Linda, in fact, that's good. I'm glad you bring that up. Yeah, if you want to take a couple of names and give a little bio on them, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, if you, I was going to mention that to you this week. Actually this week I was going to call you and say if you want to take a couple of names and cover them, why don't you talk about the woman up in Michigan that killed her family? That I forget her name now, Lauren something.
Yeah, Lauren Stewart. Yeah. So she was. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Go ahead.
Okay. What to do is, we all know the story, but why don't you look that up and do a little bio on her, a little report on her, and spend a few minutes on it and talk about her and what she did. And then also you could probably work on maybe how about Amber Sawyer,
Yes.
the girl that had her sister, shot herself and killed herself.
After she was disfellowship.
And
Yeah.
look it up ahead of time and be prepared with it and do a little bio on it and talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
Do that. So at least work on those two. I mean, some others too, if you want, you can do it. But yeah, that way there will, because I want to call in. We're going to have people calling in, and they can call in and give their stories. But we should acknowledge those, because we'll be acknowledging the people too that died at the Kingdom Hall as well. That's
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
all yeah. So
Yeah.
if you work on those two and have that all prepared ahead of time, that'd be good.
Okay, so I would be talking about it more so than making a little video, because where you will be, it's probably not going to be easy for you to play videos from where you're at, because you'll be doing the sign stuff, right?
Well, I mean, what did you want to do? Like a little video ahead of time of them?
Well, I was thinking of making a few little videos that you could play kind of like commercials, but it would acknowledge the victims.
Oh yeah,
So,
well, I mean, you can play a video. I can put it on StreamYard.
okay, from where you're at the Kingdom Hall. Okay, So
Yeah.
I'll do my homework on that. Some of it I'll speak on, some of it I'll make little videos, and accept call-ins, and I'm going to put out little posters and see what people in Facebook, if they want to share somebody that they know of for a memorial on the memorial.
Yeah, go ahead and share that. And get as much, make them however you're going to do it. But work at Facebook or whatever. And if you made little videos, we should be able to play them. We shouldn't. I have a portable generator to generate electricity for the equipment that I have, so it should
Okay.
be okay. But you just never know. Something when you take this stuff on the road. I mean, and it happens here in the studio. Things go bad, but
Right.
you just hope that everything goes good. And so it should be good. And we should. Oh, we've done it before, and we talked about the people. I'm going to set a table up. I've got some candles. I get some pictures here of some people. I got a picture.
Okay.
So anyways, we'll have a pretty good night, because what it is when we get the witnesses going in, then they're in there for about an hour and 20 minutes or so. Then they come out. So we have an hour and 20 minutes just to talk about some of this stuff before they come out again. So, but it should be a good night. We'll get a lot of people. I'll tell you this time around. It's going to be a virtual protest. That's even though it might just be myself. Some of the people couldn't come this time around. One guy got COVID on me, so it just might be myself. But it's going to be a virtual protest, and we're going to have people. I have some electronic signs here, and if all goes well, we're going to be able to have people say what they like on a sign, and it could be flashing right in front of the Kingdom Hall. So we should have a good time.
I like that because it'll be right at dusk, right as the sun goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last year, you started around 4 p.m. My time.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking forward to it on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
this time it'll be I'll be there. I'm going to get there early this time around and set up, get everything all set up and ready. I got the permit already. I went to the Wellington Police and talked to them about it, so there's no issue. But I'll tell you what, this time around, a lot of people have been saying, "Geez, Rick, it's you got to be careful this time. You don't know what people are going to do." I've always have had a heads up. I mean, I always look over my shoulder. At times people, it was one time a guy tried to run us over with the car. They can get a little nasty. So yeah, I especially in view of what happened over there in Hamburg. I mean,
yes.
I know I mentioned earlier, and I saw you picked up on it too when I talked about ammunition. What it was I said I have the ammunition ready. I had the signs and all of that.
I'm like, oh no.
That was a bad choice of words. Bad
any
choice.
other day, any other time or any other month or whatever. But it was like, oh. And I don't give you messages to correct you. I'm just like,
no, I caught it after I said it. I said, "Geez, that was bad. That was bad." But I didn't go back and draw attention to it.
Yeah. I knew it just was totally figuratively said. So
yeah, it's but we're just hoping it's not going to rain. That's the only thing. If it rains, it just puts a real damper on everything, because everything gets wet and you have to come undercover. So if it stays a nice night, it's going to be cool. It's better if it's a little later in April, but it's okay. In fact, it's about 42 outside right now, so it'll probably be in the 40s when we're down there. Yeah.
Okay. Have you checked on what the weather will be that night?
There could be some showers. But I'll tell you the biggest problem is the wind. The biggest problem is the wind, because it blows the signs around like crazy. I've got a whole lot of signs. I'm not going to put them all up this time around, but I've got some new signs coming. I've got a sign with a picture of Toni Morris on it that says, "Where's Tony?"
Yep.
So, and I've got some new signs I'm going to put out there too. And I'll tell you, the witnesses read them. They really do. It's better than it was 17 years ago. I'll tell you that. It's way better today. They read them today. 17 years ago, they would not even look at us. I'm serious.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's different. The ball game is changing. So yeah.
I like that you're saying it's a peaceful protest, and no shouting and yelling or whatever. And I remember you said that the cars got directed out of a different parking lot.
Oh yeah.
Out of a different driveway of the parking lot. So that may happen again, but it still doesn't mean that you're not making a statement, because people will come around and look if they want to see it.
What amazes me for 50, well, actually, we've been doing it for 17 years, but two years we couldn't do it. One year because of COVID, they didn't have a meeting there. And then another time there was it was a bad storm that came through. It was like a hurricane, and I couldn't do much that night. It's pouring rain and wind. But well, what they do is it flabbergasts me. In fact, that the witnesses, the elders, they should. There's a beautiful spot where I park every year, and you would think the elders would get to the meeting early, have some people come down and park their cars where I am, but that's never happened. And that's unbelievable. I would say that's what I would, if I was the Kobe, I'd say, hey, somebody come down. This guy's coming down to protest. Make sure you
right.
I mean, really? No, they never did it. They never did it. They're not on the ball with that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of a piece of open land off the side of the road. It's not really somebody's driveway.
What this is you can drive. It's one way in, one way out.
Okay.
They used to have another way out, but they closed it off. There was a bridge, but they shut the bridge down. So now there's only one way in. So they gotta look at us. It's a perfect spot. And I was talking this week with this fellow that does the protest with me, Norman. We're gonna go to the regional convention this year too.
Okay.
And do it there. It was one not too far from me, so it looks like we'll be doing it there as well. And so it is a beautiful spot too. One way in, one way out. So they can't miss you. They cannot miss you. You know.
Okay. By the way, I happened to get on jw.org and use the search bar to search for Anthony Morris III, and I looked under videos, and there was still many videos of him there. So that. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh yeah, no. In fact, geez, I think everyone's on a video of Tony. But I'll tell you, Wally, you know Wally on there.
Yes, he's let me adopt him as my son.
Yeah, he's a hot duck. But he did a little spoof on that.
I haven't seen it yet.
And he came on tonight. He was on my show earlier, and he talked.
I heard him.
And he talked about it, but I just tease Wally. They're not going to beat you up. It's not a big deal. But some woman called in and said that, oh, we know what happened to Tony. He was on Wally's video, and he's going, oh no, he was in the chat. So you know what happens is, even when I'm doing news, when I do my JW World News, I have to really. Sometimes it looks like, wow, that's a story. Then I'm reading through it, then it's like a joke, you know. Jeez.
I used to tell my kids, okay, April Fool's is coming up. What are we going to try to trick Dad with? And every year it was a big deal. We'd think of it, what could we do to trick Dad for April Fool's Day? Because his dad's not one that's gullible, and he doesn't just fall for anything. But if we got him to believe a story, it was a big success.
Yeah.
So I embraced April Fool's.
I used to play a lot of practical jokes on people, but I'll tell you what, people don't do that as much anymore. So sometimes they can go real sour, and it kind of did even on poor Wally. He was so embarrassed, but he come on. He said, Wally, that can happen. Don't let that bother you too much. But the biggest problem, the biggest problem we had tonight, I don't know if you were in it or not, but somebody we have. We're on Facebook groups. We're on YouTube. We got this video suite that we've got here. And what happened is a man came in and was using Jimmy Bell's name on the video suite. And, he made some rude remarks about Barbara Anderson and what have you. And so, geez, they were all in the video suite. Rick, they called me up. It was right on the air. And, geez, Rick, Jimmy Bell's in here. And it really, I'll tell you what, it was terrible because poor Jimmy, I mean, he was getting lambasted for nothing. But it's ficted. Most of the people, Linda, that we deal with, you use your real name, Linda James, and I thank you for that. But a lot of people. I'll tell you,
It's not my real name, but it is a name that's pretty real.
It's not your real name?
No.
I thought. No, I thought it was. Yeah. But
and
no.
The reason I've chosen not to is because my mother, my father, and my sister and her elder husband is still in, and I just don't want it to be in their face. Like I don't want to be in their face with it. I just, decided to use a pseudonym.
Well, I tried to tell those people tonight that, well, this guy's doing it, Jimmy's. I says, listen, I says, it's not even him. I knew it wasn't, but I come across this all the time. And all of those people use fictitious names too. It amazes me. I'd say better than 3/4% of even all the people doing YouTube videos and what have you. They don't even use their real name. Most of them. No, that's not
Right.
them. But I can understand. I'm not in any way, chastising them for that. They want to stay a little incognito. It's something that this Watchtower has affected so many people. I mean, to the point of even that, no, don't call me my name.
And you know what? I've every so often somebody that does videos or part of this, visible apostate community, drama hits, and it's almost like we all get a turn, right? So about 3 years back, it was my turn. And there was some apostate babe drama going on. And people were inboxing me and calling me names, but they used a different name. So I thought, oh, it's not really to me. They must have been hacked or something. I just didn't think anything of it. Next thing you know, they're all a bunch of gals are apologizing to me. And they're like, we're so sorry. It was a mistaken identity, which is what happened tonight, right? Mistaken identity. And because they all just went, we're so sorry, I had no problem being like, oh, no problem. but because I wasn't on Facebook so much, I was missing all the drama.
Yeah.
So it happens. And unfortunately, yeah, it happens.
Yeah, so that'll be good. So you plan on Tuesday night and put together a little skit, and you can work at least on those two and others if you want. And that'll be good. We can do that. Of course, that memorial on Memorial, that wasn't my idea. That was that Chessa Manning woman. If you remember.
Correct. Yeah.
And geez, what a shame, because she was my friend, and she meant well. And I even to this day, I mean, sometimes people get indicted when they shouldn't be. The man was the major culprit, but you just happened to be there with him. And I mean, I don't know. I can't know. Who knows for sure? But gee, she got in a lot of trouble for that. I think she's even in jail to this day. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. And whether we are manipulated to do something or it's our idea, the consequence is still going to be the same. And so I'm hoping that for her, she will have to go through what she has to go through, and that it will really, really give her a place to turn it around, to have, to take back her power and take back control and really turn it around.
Oh no, her whole life has been done. But I'll tell you, she's from Pennsylvania, and
Okay.
Now Watchtower is being investigated, as we know. But
Mhm.
I have relatives, a number of relatives that live down in Pennsylvania, right where near Chester lived. I've got 50 relatives that live down there, and they're all witnesses. They got a clan, and it's my sister's sister and brother-in-law and nieces and nephews. There's a ton of them down there. And one of my relatives, I was on the phone with them not too long ago. They're kind of wiggling their way out. And they don't want any, they don't want me to mention anything of who they are. But she was telling me that there's been a problem in that area of Pennsylvania. So, this is all coming out. Pennsylvania is the witness organization is going to be mud. I'm really in Pennsylvania. It's wicked. They're investigating every congregation. There's over 500 congregations. Yeah.
So I have a question. We're just putting ideas back and forth. yes, they're, each congregation is being invested in. They're told not to do anything with the records of any CSA. Do you think they're going to keep everything sealed, or I can't help but think that they might possibly shred some of this stuff?
Well,
and who's going to know?
Well, what they do is the records in most cases with these elders aren't even kept in the Kingdom Hall. Some, but they're mostly in the Kobe, that is the presiding overseer, the head elders, coordinating elder. They're in his house or his basement or somewhere. They're very much like what you're seeing here with Trump and Biden with records. They shouldn't be there. They should be in the place of origin. But a lot of them don't put them there because they're afraid. They're afraid some of the witnesses might get at them and find this out. Because I'll tell you what, according to Bill Bowen, he thinks it's just a thought of his, but he's pretty much on the ball with this. He believes that there's about 2 pedophiles in every congregation around the world. So
yeah, and when he had a number that he put together, he got it from 2 different sources that were very reliable, and that's how he came up with an amount, and then coming to this conclusion makes sense. Yes, it does.
Yeah. So it's going to really explode in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you, really, the Watchtower's days are over. We had a man, I don't know if you listened to him at all, but he was on last week, Fritz Springmeier. And
yes,
he's out there. He's he's into this conspiracy stuff and Illuminati, and I listen to it. And a lot of the things he says, I believe. Some things I don't, but we talked for a number of hours before he even came on, and I told him it'll be controversial. But I'll tell you what, Linda, of all the programs I've ever done here on the 6 screens, the telephone. I've never seen the telephone that was ring. I couldn't believe it. At one point, I looked up at my computer screen. There was about 20 callers all trying to call in at once. Yeah, it really got people's attention. And then all this week, well, I had a call from someone saying, "Why'd you have him on?" and giving me, kind of a rattling about that. And then I got emails and people writing me, but he's got a fan base out there. I'll tell you what, there's more people like him than not.
I don't agree with everything he's put out there, but I must say he is a legend. He really, really is a legend. So he has made a name for himself in more ways than his writing. So yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a little younger than me. I'm 74, so I think he's about 68. But he's got a little 2-year-old child, and but I don't know how that's all working out for him. That's going to be very hard because even during the program once or twice I heard him and say, "Wow." But I didn't even talk to him about that. But he must have a younger wife because he's my age. So, the wife must be younger unless they might have adopted son. He didn't say much about it. But that kind of. But he's such a he's humble. I'm not kidding. You would think with the books he's written, and geez, I'll tell you they were so. But back then when he wrote them 20 years ago, especially the Bloodlines of the Illuminati. Man, they thought he was out there. He was before Alex Jones and everyone else. And
I've read his stuff. Yeah, I've read it.
Isn't that something, huh? But he's going to come back on again. I don't know whether we're going to have him do a program or not. I think he would, but it might be a little controversial, But
I associate controversial with his name. It's to be expected, yeah.
Yeah, and it would be nice if everyone could just even on YouTube. The comments that I get in there, he's got a lot of views, but the comments that I even get in there, some people, they berate him, other people love it, but That's what life is all about. We're not all going to be in agreement with everybody. I mean, that never happens. You're not in agreement with everybody all the time. There's going to be some disagreement, you know?
That's true. And the freedom after leaving the Watchtower is not having to all think alike. So I do have some respect for others and the way they've come to their conclusions, you know?
That's the premise of what we even do here. And
yes.
People say, well, why would you have him on? Why would you have him on? Because that's what we do. Everyone has a voice.
Exactly. That's what we do.
That's
one of these nights I'm going to come on with a really divified tinfoil hat, and it's going to be rocking.
Well, you know, it's funny, but, you know, I'll tell you what. We had a woman once on here. Her name was Raven Giuliani. And I'll tell you, that was so controversial, even to this day. That was the most controversial program we've done.
I remember her.
People, I mean, even till the day, in fact, the guy did a YouTube video it's probably about a couple of years now, but he says, man, he says, I was listening into the 6 grains, he says, and this woman came on, Raven Giuliani. He says, I couldn't hardly even go to work. He said, I just had to listen to what she was saying. I mean, you can't make some of this stuff up, Pasta Babe. You can't.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember it very well.
Yeah.
And let me ask you, her occupation, was she a truck driver?
I know she had some type of well, I'll tell you what, the program caused them some financial disorder. She said she got a hold of me a couple of weeks after the program, and she says, geez, Rick, I never realized how many people listened into that program I did with you guys.
Wow.
But she said, geez, she said, so somehow, some way, I don't know if she worked for Witness or her husband worked for Witness or whatever, but I believe, from what I can remember now, that he lost his job because of it. And it created an issue. But she said she was glad to be able to put that information out. But that to me, I mean, I'll tell you what, the night before the night she came on, I had a number of phone calls come in and say, Rick, don't have that girl on. Don't have her on. I says, no. I says, we're going to have everybody on, from satanic ritual abuse to whatever it would be. I want to hear everything anybody has to say about the Watchtower. And I'll tell you, we've heard some crazy stuff here in the last 17 years.
Yeah, we have. And, it's very different than other platforms. So,
yeah, it's got a uniqueness to it. At times, I'll tell you what the people don't like. They don't like it when everybody gets into a big battle. But I'm going to tell you something. Even tonight, when those guys came out of the video suite and were in a big battle royal with Jimmy Bell, I'm looking at the numbers, Linda, and all of a sudden the numbers start shooting up. A little controversy, good once in a while. You can't have it all the time. And then on Sunday mornings, 3 or 4 hours from now, there's a man that listens into the program, JW World News, and he critiques it. And every Sunday morning, he tells me, Rick, this shouldn't have happened. That should have happened. You should. He doesn't fail. Every single Sunday morning, he writes me an email and says, I listened in, and this person's outspoken. You shouldn't let this guy speak up. Make sure you mute him. It's unbelievable. And people listen to every single word. Geez, he comes back verbatim. Such and such said this. He must be some type of an autistic man or something, because, I mean, I don't know how he can even jot this all down and be so precise with it, you know?
Well, you can push play and then stop. Play and then stop. So you can get a lot out of it. And he might have the kind of personality that likes to, do something systematic like that.
Yeah. So, well, you be ready for Tuesday night, and what to do is I'll get set up down there. We'll be coming on. We're going to come on somewhere around probably 6:30. So it'll be somewhere around your time, 4:30. I will be actually 3:30 actually. So 3 hours behind. So yeah, so that'll be good. And you come on. We'll have a number of other people coming in as well. We're going to have the phone lines open. So I think we'll have a good little showing. So it'll be great.
So for me, 3:30.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
If it's a little long, just hang in sometimes because of technical stuff and sometimes you're a little late. But I'm going to try to get down there early and get it all. Try to get down there around 2:00 myself and get everything all set up. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. So looking forward to it, Linda. You have a good day, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say good night. I think I'm going to give a few more minutes to see if anybody else wants to chime in, and then if nobody does, I'm going to go ahead and close up the show. It's been going on just over 4 minutes.
There's a man there on the chat on YouTube, and he wants to know what's happening on Tuesday night. We're doing a live broadcast from the Kingdom Hall, Bob. He goes by Bob Roberts here on the chat. We're doing a live broadcast at the Kingdom Hall. We're going to do a protest there. And so we'll be doing live on YouTube, and we'll be on our telephone line. So that's what we're doing. Yep.
So you'll want to tune in.
Thank you very much for telling me that. That's me that asked that question in the chat. Thanks for that.
This is Brad.
Oh, that's Brad. Brad, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're right.
I'm half asleep here. Yeah. So that's what we're doing Tuesday night.
It's all good.
Yeah. That's what we're doing
I'll see you then.
Tuesday night. Yeah. Very good. All right.
How are you, Brad?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Hey, because of the time difference, I'm going to ask you a weird question and just answer it the best you can. From now until Tuesday night, that's the show, how long is it? Would you say? Guess.
For me, now until Tuesday night. So
you know how I live in the
So tonight. So it's
weird. I don't want to miss the Tuesday one. So, how long from now is Tuesday for you?
Thank you. So it's it's about 2:19 right now on Sunday morning. So we're going to go another 24 hours.
Morning.
Okay. And then about half a day. About half a day. So he's talking 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah. Which will be
his time on the East Coast. No. I'm sorry. 3:30 my time. 3:30 my time, which is Pacific Coast.
Yeah, he'll want to go by Eastern time.
Okay, thank you for correcting.
Go by Eastern time. You won't get confused, Brad. We're going to be.
Thank you, Rick.
If you're in 7 o'clock Tuesday, Eastern time.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. So if anybody else has any more questions or they wanted to bring up another subject, I can go a little bit longer or we can wrap up the night. How it went tonight went pretty cool, actually. Listening to Gilbert and Tixie go on and on about stuff was pretty cool. I love the way Gilbert just brings these examples up. And he talked a little bit about him being an elder, what it was like for him. And I'm really glad to hear that the way things were set up when he became an elder, he had a lot of free reign. He didn't have to be so, I would say, new personality suit fitting him super tight. He got to share a bit of his own personality while he was being an elder, and I got to ask him a few questions, and he enjoyed being an elder. So, the subject tonight was, is there things that you missed or things that you did enjoy? And it was neat to hear him say that he enjoyed being an elder, because I think the men involved in this organization, if they get to be a ministerial servant or an elder, it's a true honor to be able to serve the flock or serve the congregation, whether they do it well or not. They get to experience being of service and working with God and, that whole thing. But I think there's more good elders out there than there are bad elders, and we have enough bad elders. Okay. So I got a chance to talk with about two or 3 weeks ago. XJW Jane Doe called in. I was so surprised. I was just like, oh my God, I'm your biggest fan. And she got my number and I got hers. And a couple of days later, I think we got to have this really nice, full conversation. And, you know, I asked her, what was it like being the wife of an elder? And she let me know that it was hard. You know, it was hard. And I don't think people realize what the wives go through when being in supportive of their husbands being the elders. I think that when the husbands are being of service to the Kingdom Hall and they're on call like 24/7. Did you say something? So the wives really need to pick up.
It was just a thing saying that it was no longer being recorded. That's all.
Oh, okay. She didn't go into detail, you know, but she said it was, you know, it was hard. It made it tough, you know. So even that in of itself kind of tears the family apart. Meaning, the family can't really know for sure if they plan to go bowling that night, if Dad's going to stay the whole night, because he could get a phone call and he, with his commitment as an elder, would need to leave and go be of assistance. You know, that would be something he had signed up for, or an elder would have signed up for. And so there's a lot more to being an elder than what the men put into it, which is a lot. Okay. However many elders meetings they have after the meetings. I don't know everything that needs to be done, but it's above and beyond their regular meeting attendance and service and all this other stuff. So it's been fascinating to ask people about it. I've only asked one person. I haven't asked many other women. But yeah. So I think I'm going to end it here. I had a good night tonight. And I really enjoyed who called in and the conversations we had. This is truly a highlight of my week. And I know I say this every single week, but I'm telling you it is, because it is. And for those that are going to listen to the show later, thank you for showing up. And thank you for listening in. And, you know, someday if you want to call in, you're welcome to. And if you don't, that's okay too. So I just wanted to say this is Apostasy Baby, your favorite apostate. And I'm going to see you on Tuesday because we're doing Memorial on the Memorial. And that's this Tuesday, February 4th. Okay. I will talk with you all later. Good night.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end is near.